Hello, everyone.
Hi, Frank.
Morning.
Hi, Jerry.
Hi. I had to change my name.
Well, everyone,
Hi, Frank.
how are you?
I'm good.
Okay, good. All right. Everybody hear me well? Okay.
Yes.
Tim, are we going to be sharing our screens, or are you going to be doing the presentations there?
Can't do anything in that.
Hey, everybody.
Hi, Tim.
Hey.
Morning.
Morning. Afternoon, morning, whatever it is in your particular time zone.
Yeah, really.
I don't know what time zone you're in, Rick.
I'm in Arizona time zone. It's zone all unto itself.
Yep. Hey, Tim, I had a question about the presentation. Are we going to be sharing our screen, or are you going to be doing each of the?
If you want to do it yourself, you can do it yourself. You have the capability to do that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
David, morning.
Morning.
We will get started in a few minutes. We're just waiting for some more people. I see we have about 5 people on YouTube right now as well. If you're sitting there, please hit the like and subscribe button while you're waiting.
You gonna Facebook this?
No, I'm only doing YouTube.
Okay.
I'm a one-man job here. I'm right now. I got about 15 balls in the air.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Day before yesterday, 2:50, he said, what are you going to do about this? I don't know. What are you going to do? Got to get the water out of there. It's a breeding ground for flies and mosquitoes and not going to Yeah, well, see, that's the hard part because it sits level with the rest of the.
Julian Parks, if you send me an email, I can send you the Zoom link. Okay. He's on YouTube right now.
Hey, Carl.
Hey, Rick.
Hi, whoever said that.
Hey, Carl.
How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Morning,
Doing
Jim
pretty well.
Tomey.
What was that, Rick?
I said, good morning, Jim Tomey.
Oh, mhm.
Good morning.
Morning, good afternoon.
Well, it depends on where you are.
Yeah, I know. Guys, see any Christian meteor shower last night or the night before?
Clouded out here.
I saw a few of them, but the sky was very hazy.
For those of you on YouTube, if you'd like to join us on Zoom, you can send me an email at commentman@commentman.net, and I will send you the Zoom link so you can log on there. We have 13 people right now on YouTube. Welcome.
Hi, Tim. This is Julius. I'm on the Zoom.
Oh, Julius. Okay, welcome. So we won't be doing your recorded message.
Okay, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody from the East Coast here? It's very, very hot.
I'm from Baltimore. It's pretty miserable down here today, Frank.
Yeah.
Well, Atlanta's not too bad. It's hot, but it's not too bad. I don't have complaints.
Okay. How you doing,
Depends on
Rich?
your definition of hot.
Doing okay.
Okay, good.
Um,
East Coast.
my mic on?
Very, very hot.
Tim, is my mic on?
Yes, it is.
Hey, Ken.
Hi. Oh, there he is, Kitch
Atlanta's
Henderson.
not too bad. It's hot, but it's not too bad.
Nah,
How you doing,
depends on
Rich?
your definition of hot.
Doing okay.
Okay, good.
Lunchtime here in the Eastern time zone.
East Coast.
Is my mic on? Tim, is my mic on?
Yes.
Hey, Ken.
Hi. Hi. Oh. It's Kitch Henderson. How's the photometry guy?
Doing okay. Doing okay, Kim. Doing okay.
Lunchtime here in the Eastern time zone.
All right. We have 28 people on Zoom,
Hi.
and we currently have 17 people watching us on YouTube. Welcome to everybody. I'd like to thank everybody for showing up to the 2021 virtual ALPO conference. And to kick us off, I'd like everybody to go on mute first.
Yeah.
I'd appreciate that. And then to start us off, I'd like to have Executive Director of the ALPO, Julius Benton, to say a few words. People on Zoom, and we currently have 17 people watching us on YouTube. Welcome to everybody. Please mute everybody. Thank everybody for showing up to the 2021 virtual ALPO conference. And to kick us off, I'd like everybody to go on mute first.
And you can mute everyone and then unmute yourself.
Or to start us off, I'd like to have Executive Director of the ALPO, Julius Benton, to say a few words. People on Zoom, and we currently have 17 people watching us. Please mute everybody. Thank everybody for showing up to the 2021 virtual ALPO. And to kick us off, I'd like everybody to go first. And you can mute everyone and then unmute yourself. Start us off with
Max Stanley. He's unmuted.
Hello.
Okay, I think we got it. Julius,
Good, yeah.
Yes.
you have your camera on?
Yeah. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you now.
Julius, can you turn your camera on?
Yeah, it should be on.
I don't see it.
I don't see it either.
Nope, it's not on. Yeah, we don't see it. Julius.
Yes, I'm having trouble turning the camera on.
There you go.
I guess the recorded message we did earlier didn't work, huh?
No, it worked fine.
Oh, it did. Okay.
Did you want me to play it or do you just want to?
No, you can go ahead and play it if you want to. I just
Oh.
want to welcome everybody. I had recorded this message earlier, but I just wanted to welcome everybody to our conference this year. I'm looking forward to a lot of excellent presentations. We got a lot of wonderful people joining us today, and hopefully it'll all turn out to be an excellent meeting. It's one of these situations where we're having to do Zoom instead of face-to-face, but we're doing the best we can with this. It's just a great group of people to work with.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. And that'll take us to our first presenter. Hang on a minute. Well, first, I want to say a few things, and then we'll get to our first presenter. Again, I want to welcome everyone to day one of the 2021 ALPO conference. I'm Tim Robertson. For those of you that don't know me, I host the Observer's Notebook podcast for the ALPO. If you're currently watching on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button and the bell button, and also give us a thumbs up. That way you won't miss any further broadcasts or videos coming from us on the YouTube channel. If you'd like to interact with the presenters, you must be on the Zoom channel. We will not be actively monitoring the chat on YouTube. I have it up and I'll be watching it occasionally, but for most of the questions and things like that during the presentations, they will be on Zoom. Again, make sure you're muted during the presentations. There'll be time for questions following each presentation, or you can use the chat function. We'll be taking a break halfway through the session. Do not log off of Zoom if you want to participate in the afternoon session. Following today's presentation, the annual ALPO board meeting will take place at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, using a separate Zoom invitation. That will be sent out to all ALPO staff members following today's presentations. And then tomorrow, following the presentations, we'll have our annual awards presentation with door prizes and a live keynote address by astrophotographer Damian Peach. Some of the door prizes: Celestron donated a Next Image 5 solar imaging worth about $175. Nice little beginner camera. Explore Scientific donated a 6.5 millimeter eyepiece from its 82-degree series, about a $270 value. Last year, Albert Anazuto won a 8.8 millimeter eyepiece from Explore Scientific, but the shipping into Argentina is more than the cost of the eyepiece. So he has donated it back to us to raffle off this year. And also Sky and Telescope has donated 2 field maps of the moon. To be eligible for door prizes, you must live in the continental United States and be a registered participant of the conference. And the only way you can be registered is to send me an email at commentman@commentman.net. And if you're on Zoom, then you're registered. Besides these highly appreciated donations, the ALPO itself will forward a PDF file of the most recent ALPO journal to all non-members who contact Matt Will, our membership secretary. And with that, I want to introduce our first speaker, Matt Will. He joined the ALPO as a dues paying member back in 1973. And from 1994 through 2001, Matt helped coordinate the Lunar Planetary Training Program with me. He became a board member in 1998. In 2001, Matt began serving as the ALPO's membership secretary and as its treasurer. In 2004, he assumed the responsibilities of the ALPO's corporate secretary. Matt's interest in astronomy was stimulated by the U.S. space program, like many of us, and his brother Chris, who was a budding amateur astronomer in the 1960s. These days, Matt makes his home in Springfield, Illinois, and tries to take advantage of any clear skies with his telescope when not doing ALPO duties. And with that, Matt, hand it off to you, and you can share your screen and go for it. Welcome, Matt.
Okay, I guess first thing we should do is try to go do the share screen function here and walk me through it, Tim.
Oh, you-
understand I click on share screen.
Share screen,
Okay, and now
see your
I think,
presentation.
okay, there. And
Look at you.
gosh, yeah, I can, well, I haven't gotten it done yet. Let's see
Okay.
if we can, okay, did I click on that? Okay, so the next thing I need to do is to put it into, would it be slide view?
You got to open the PowerPoint. Yeah.
Okay,
You also have to unshare and share that screen also
Right.
once you open it.
Right. You're right now. You're sharing your this screen here. You
Yeah.
need to stop sharing this screen and share the PowerPoint. That should be on your
Okay.
desktop.
okay,
Right here.
gotcha. Okay, okay, well,
It's better if you just share the desktop, then you don't have to keep unsharing and sharing.
okay, I see, oh yeah, here. Okay. You share. Okay. Do I double click on it or hit share? Yeah.
Well, stop sharing what you're sharing now.
Okay.
There you go. All right.
Okay. Okay. So now,
At the bottom,
what
you
I
have
have to do is get this into slide view, right? Or,
you can do that at the bottom of the screen too.
okay, let's see. I'm probably
Over.
just taking up the entire space on,
F5, Matt, just like you said.
F5.
Right, just hit F5.
There you
Okay,
go,
there we
sir.
go. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, there, fine, got the curtains open. Okay, my presentation, this is the latest retread of my introduction to the ALPO presentation. So for a lot of you, it's time to go out for a coffee break or something. For some of our newer or novice members or non-members, you might be interested in viewing this to give you a little bit of an overview of the ALPO. I've shortened this considerably from its former size, and this has kind of been a sort of a collaboration between Carl Hergenrother and I. We kind of tossed this presentation back and forth to suit our own means, and so I've refashioned this a little bit just to focus more on the services of the ALPO. And without any further mention, I'd like to start off by just talking about something briefly going back into the history of the ALPO, the pre-ALPO days, about why we observe lunar and planetary phenomena. Way back in 1942, the ALPO's future founder, Walter H. Haas, wrote a provocative scientific paper entitled, "Does Anything Ever Happen on the Moon?" The paper evaluated historical observations going back centuries, and up to that time, the most current observations of the 1930s and early 40s. They were made of lunar features that seemed to be exhibiting changes on the moon's surface. The paper was neither a debunking operation nor a validation of anomalous observations. It simply critically examined observing techniques and the value of new observational data. And Walter's conclusion is that we needed more observations and a little bit of refinement of techniques, but he didn't presuppose that people were seeing things or were observing something that wasn't there. And so it's this changing and evolving aspect of lunar and planetary observation has always been in the forefront of solar system astronomy. And it's in this spirit of scientific inquiry investigation that amateur observations of our changing aspects of our solar system bodies and associated phenomena are at the core of the ALPO's mission. This presentation will give you a better understanding of the ALPO and perhaps an interest in joining if you haven't already joined us. From its humble beginnings in 1947 under the direction of our founder, Walter H. Haas, the ALPO grew into a multifaceted organization that it is today. Today, the ALPO has, by my count, probably about 28 different observing programs spread over 18 different sections with a growing staff of 40 or more volunteer coordinators that collect amateur observations of the solar system bodies and phenomena, analyze them, and report findings from such observations in periodic reports in our own quarterly journal. Dimensions, you ask? Well, conventionally, we occupy a space. We're all over the globe, both members and staff. I could say 1 out of 5 paid ALPO members live outside the United States, and that's just not in Canada. We have quite a few members in Europe, and even going into Central Europe, or what we refer to as Eastern Europe. We have a few members down in South America along the Eastern Rim, and 1 or 2 in Africa. And in terms of time, that fourth dimension, the ALPO, has been around for a long time, and we'll be celebrating our 75th anniversary next year. Well, that's conventional dimensions. So what about other dimensions, like our approaches to study? Well, the first dimension of the ALPO are its observing sections and programs. Our observational sections involving the major planets, minor planets such as asteroids, comets, meteors, the sun, the moon, and other solar system phenomena. And now, as you will see in the next presentation that Jerry Hubble will be doing about the exoplanet section, we're delving into other solar systems out there as well. Our section and program coordinators collect and study submitted observations, correspond with observers, encourage beginners, contribute reports to our quarterly journal of the ALPO, and maintain an online archive of observations I'll go into just a little bit later. Now, the question up front is, do I have to observe to be a member of the ALPO? Certainly not. Most simply like to read the journal and keep current with lunar and planetary astronomy. As one amateur once said not too long ago, the journal of the ALPO is where Sky and Telescope leaves off. And that leads us to our second dimension, the journal of the ALPO, otherwise known as the Strolling Astronomer. It's published quarterly, and as a matter of fact, there's our first issue that was done on a mimeograph machine back in 1947 when we were a monthly publication. And we've been going strong ever since. If you open up a journal, the first section you will see is section news, which will give a comprehensive rundown with just about every section in the ALPO, what has gone on in the past previous 3 to 6 months in that section, whether it's with observations of a particular solar system body or just what is going on organizationally within that section. Probably the hallmark of our journal are the apparition reports. We refer to an apparition as simply that period of time that a planet is observable, and anymore these days with fancy CCD imagery and other types of electronic sensing, we can push that period almost to conjunction with the planet. But apparition reports aren't necessarily confined to planets. We might have a report of a passage of a bright naked eye comet like we had with Neowise last year that will come on our pages. We also cover other events that might be occurring at a particular time, such as an eclipse or a transit or a close passage of, say, of an asteroid, or other ongoing studies that might not necessarily have a particular time frame, like studies done through our lunar programs. The two key qualities about the apparition reports is that they have a high degree of information in them, more informational content than you would get in a publication that's more suited for popular reading, such as with Sky and Telescope or astronomy. Not giving them short shrift, but we just go a little further in actually analyzing amateur observations that are submitted. And those amateurs that submit observations do get recognized in a table of observers in each of these reports. The journal also offers feature articles to get away from the dense reading of the apparition reports. These feature articles can be about observing techniques or advice on using certain types of instrumentation. We also have commentary on the latest trends in lunar and planetary astronomy. And also we'll occasionally have previews of upcoming events, such as a passage of a bright comet if there's plenty of lead time, or just simply a preview of a future apparition, like with the Mars apparitions that we have every 2 years or so. And you can get the journal in 2 formats. You can either get it in paper or digital media. The digital media can be downloaded from our website. It has 2 different advantages in that you can see the journal in color. Unfortunately, for the most part, except for our covers, we have to print in black and white as a means of keeping the cost down. And also, you can click on links embedded into the articles. And anyone who elects to receive the paper issue of the journal, as long as you have an email address, you're eligible to also receive that digital journal and download it onto your machine. And that's the way the ALPO was for a long time until the mid-1990s. A two-dimensional organization, not to make that sound like a derisive comment or anything. We've always been quite active and dynamic in our programs, but when in mid-1990s the ALPO website was created, that gave us a 3rd dimension. And all sections and programs are represented on the website. You can get to them through our main page, and most of the sections are in program literature is available, including observing forms, handbooks, ephemerides, and any other useful materials that will help the observer. We also post updates and observing alerts on these web pages. Our web pages also have, some of them have section newsletters that can be downloadable from our website, and some of the sizes of these periodicals sometimes almost are comparable or exceed the page count of our own quarterly journal, and they're loaded with content. And we also have something relatively new, but has been around for a while, at least for about 10 years, I guess. These are the section galleries that are a little different from the section pages. You can click on the galleries, and they have libraries of observations from past planetary apparitions and close passages of comets, and go back quite a few years. And even our own publication section has a gallery where you can download past issues of the journal dating back to our original inaugural year of 1947. And we also facilitate on our website a Facebook and Twitter page, and also some of our sections have IO groups that can be accessed. Section coordinators moderate these groups and should be contacted if you want to participate and receive email from these groups. And we have a 4th dimension to the ALPO. I hope you aren't getting dizzy out there, but this is the outreach section. Actually, it's a simulation of some old programs and new programs that were generally designed to reach out to ALPO members with a budding interest in solar system astronomy. Training program has been around for many years, and it is administered by Tim Robertson, and it's offered to all paid ALPO members as a membership benefit. It offers introductory training and visual observation of solar system bodies and phenomena, mainly because that's how novices usually get first interested in solar system astronomy. And it allows for more hands-on training in the terms of actually getting down a system of recording your observations and documenting them properly. Tim also is the host of the ALPO podcast that he's been doing for the past 4 years. The podcast now boasts, I guess, 125 programs now over that span. And Tim interviews section coordinators and program coordinators, as well as special guests that talk about topics concerning solar system astronomy. And it might range from someone talking about a current apparition of a planet to observing techniques with colored filters, or something more offbeat, such as Tim's recent interview of one of the project managers who was managing the James Webb telescope that will be launched sometime in the near future. And in addition to that, Tim is also orchestrating the YouTube channel for the ALPO. And you might be indeed watching our presentation over YouTube this afternoon. We have a wide array of video presentations and live events, as well as past events that are reserved for viewing later on, as this presentation will be. Tim certainly invites our staff to participate in uploading content, video content also to the YouTube page, and we'll have more to say about that later. And of course, we have a youth program. It's been a while for now, but in its latest version, Pam Shivak is reorchestrating this a little bit around a Facebook page, which is separate from our main Facebook page. The whole idea of the youth program is to encourage children and young adults to take an interest in astronomy and space, and through outreach techniques. Pam is trying to find fun and creative ways to get youth involved in any and all aspects of space and science while educating them in the process. And this is involving some educational groups as well as some other astronomy clubs and organizations. And Pam has had some success in being able to bring people in and letting younger people know about the ALPO, because these days social media is where the youth of this present generation is coming up, experiencing astronomy and science, and this is a good way to bring them along in more of a general interest in amateur astronomy. And of course, this can be followed on a separate Facebook page for the youth program. And this, I'm showing URLs here, but I want to emphasize that anything I talk about can be accessed from the ALPO's main webpage. And I'll have all the URLs at the end of this talk on a separate slide. And of course, there are even other dimensions. We are represented well in the publishing industry, principally through Springer, through manuals that are affordable for the amateur to purchase over either Springer or through other means. And we also have publishing done through other publishers as well. We do have conventions and conferences, the last 2 years like this one being virtual, but in the in-person conferences, we have paper sessions like these, but we also have exhibits in main areas, and we maintain an ALPO booth for passersby who want to load up on our literature. And also, I think the best thing about these in-person meetings is you really do have accessibility to ALPO personnel and coordinators, just not merely watching their presentations and participating in the Q&A, but you can engage in polite and nice conversations about your perspectives on lunar and planetary observing, and get tips and hints from these people that know a lot about what they're talking about. And their ALPO people are some of the most affable people you'd want to ever talk to. And of course, occasionally we can be seen at other conferences and star parties. We recently, thanks to ALPO member Ron May, elevated our profile at a public star party in Northern California, centered around the Perseus meteor shower just a day or two ago. Well, you're saying, boy, I'm really all excited about this ALPO thing. How do I join the ALPO? Well, it's simple. We're cheap. You can join for as little as $18 a year if you want the digital journal only. You will get 4 issues of the journal, and we can give you the directions on how to download this from our website once you submit an order. Either you can pay by check at my P.O. Box address in Springfield, Illinois, that will come up on the screen momentarily, or online through through the Astronomical League's online store, and that you can get access to that through our website. And for more information, you can go to our general website and jump from there to get access to anything that I've talked about in this presentation. And so you're probably saying by now, wow, I'm dizzy with all these dimensions I see with the ALPO. Well, don't be scared. We're just, the ALPO has something for everybody, has something for everyone to offer to everyone through a variety of observational activities and through a multitude of stimulating printed and digital media. And come join us, I say. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about the ALPO. You're going to see some really exciting and interesting presentations following mine. Probably a lot more interesting than this one, and certainly stay tuned. And we hope you enjoy the rest of the 2 days of this virtual conference. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
For anybody, particularly you or Ken. On the publication section, we go back to volume 13, which I think is around 1958, something like that. But we don't have the first 12 volumes, I think. Does anyone know about that, or are we going to get that up, or maybe I'm doing something wrong?
Here's Ken.
Yes,
We
Ken.
have every issue back to issue 1 is online. Now here's the thing though, when you go to the screen,
yeah,
I don't have it up in front of me, but when you go to the screen to see all of the volumes, there are 2 screens. You have to look, there's 2 screens. Go to the top of the first screen, and unfortunately, the arrows, the up-down arrows are rather small, and you have to look for them. But you click on the down arrow, or maybe it says page 2 or something.
Yes.
And that will take you to the second screen. And the second screen has all the volumes back to volume 1. I mean, from, so, the only thing that you cannot get online are the most recent 4 issues.
Yes. Yeah.
Because it's my philosophy that our good membership is paying good money, and the only tangible benefit they can get regularly is the journal, is this journal. So we have it set up so that anybody can download any journal from a year old all the way back to issue 1.
Wow, great.
And I periodically upload newer journals, but I believe that the membership should have exclusive access to the most recent journals.
Thank you, Ken.
You're welcome. And I want to thank Matt. That was one very,
I have one question.
very good presentation, Matt.
Well, thank you. I try to keep it as simple as I can and give people a visualization of what we offer.
Matt, how many members do we have?
Well, right now we have 423 members right now. We've been peaking up a little bit. If we were to go to press right now, we'd lose about maybe one or two dozen between that amount. But we'd probably, I think when we go to press, we'll probably have more like over 400. But the nice thing right now is that we're constantly getting new members coming in. So we've been kind of on a slight uptick the last couple of years.
All right. Thank you very much, Matt, for the presentation.
Well, you're certainly welcome.
Can I ask
my pleasure.
I have a quick question for Tim.
Yes.
And it ties into Matt's presentation about podcasts. I did, because I logged in a minute or two late. Did you mention any of the upcoming speakers you have scheduled for your podcasts, Tim?
The next one to be released is with Richard Schmoody. It's on this coming Jupiter apparition. And then the one following it was a very lively discussion I had with the new president of Mead and Orion about the acquisition of Mead through Orion. So that was a very nice conversation to have and very interesting about what went down between the two companies. So that's going to be released. That's going to be released in a few more weeks. All right. So our next up is Jerry Hubble. He's the coordinator of the exoplanet section for the ALPO. He's currently the VP of engineering for Explorer Scientific, where he's the principal engineer and designer of the PCM8 control system, a very nice mount. He's also the VP of the MSRO Science Incorporated and assistant director of the Mark Slade Remote Observatory in Wilderness, Virginia. And he's a lucky man to be retired. He's written 2 books by Springer, Scientific Astrophotography, How Amateurs Can Generate and Use Professional Imaging Data, Remote Observatories for Amateur Astronomers Using High-Powered Telescopes from Home. And he's also currently a Springer Book Series editor for Patrick Moore on his Practical Astronomy series. And Jerry's going to talk about the relatively new exoplanet section. So Jerry, it's all yours.
I think that's awesome introduction, Tim. I really appreciate that.
Sure.
That's probably the more one of the more comprehensive introductions I've had talking to different groups. So I appreciate that very much. I'm going to share my presentation here. Let's see if I can get it going and then make it full screen for you guys. You see that?
Yep.
Is it full screen now?
Now it is.
There might be a blockage on this side because I've got you guys up here in the corner, so I've got to move everybody down so I can't look at you while I'm talking. Oh, it came to the bottom. Didn't go all the way over.
We see your screen and then just you on the right.
Okay, good. Yeah, I had to move my box down below. So thanks a lot, Tim, again for the introduction. I am the acting coordinator for the exoplanet section, which was just formed this year, basically. Last year, I made a proposal, and I gave a presentation on the proposal for the new section at last year's conference. And it was well received, and I appreciate the board of directors really getting behind this project and this section. It's really an exciting time for amateur astronomy in terms of exoplanets. And let me go to the next. So Tim talked about me already. I'll skip through that stuff. Those are my books if you haven't seen them. So the start of this, I actually started this thinking about this a couple of years before, and I was I've been a member of ALPO for several years, and I was a assistant coordinator for the lunar section. And I started thinking about exoplanets, and ALPO is the Association of Lunar and Planetary Observers, and exoplanets are planets. So I thought, well, why can't we have exoplanets in the ALPO? And so I presented this. I thought about it. I talked to Tim early on about it, I think. Actually, I did a program with him and started talking about it, I think, first, and then I made the presentation last year. And now we're here. Now we're available for members to join. I've still got some work to do on materials, but I need to get with Larry Owens to get our web page up and running on the ALPO website. So that's another thing that I have to do. But just to give you an idea of what we're about, our main goal is to provide opportunities for ALPO members to learn about the exciting field of exoplanet observing and how you can do scientifically valid observations. And in addition to that, we provide detailed information and training to ALPO members. So I know Tim's in charge of the training section, but observing exoplanets really requires some extra training that's a little more rigorous than what maybe some of the training that you might get in the introductory stuff that Tim does. So I'm developing that training that talks about the equipment, the processes, procedures, and techniques and resources needed to become a fully qualified exoplanet transit observer. There are other groups like the AAVSO that also have training programs that I actually have attended. So there's a lot of information available on the internet today on what's involved with getting trained to be an exoplanet observer. And my goal is to tailor our training to our existing ALPO members to meet their needs directly. So the bottom line is that once we train and to do these observations, then we can contribute our data to various amateur and professional groups that need these observations of thousands of exoplanets that are available out there now to observe. There are three main groups, areas of interest, basically, is what I call them, in the exoplanet transit, and that we'll be focusing on in terms of the membership in the group activities. And one is instrumentation, observation, and analysis. Observation is a big part of this, and there's specific techniques and processes that you will learn to do the observations to get the best data possible. But it involves a lot of instrumentation and a lot of analysis also. But if you're interested in only doing observations, you can contribute in that way, and then we'll have other people. The goal is to have a wide variety of members that maybe focus on these three different areas, on the observation and analysis areas specifically. So if you have observations that you make and you're not quite trained on the analysis, you can pass your observations off to another member that would do analysis and create the reports and the models for the data for each of the exoplanet systems. So these areas are broken down into more specific groups: the instrumentation group, the observing group, the analysis and modeling group, data reporting group, and the observation training group. So I wanted to make sure that we had training embedded into this whole section, along with the data reporting group, because that's really the important part of this for our members, is to be able to get everybody trained as they need, and also to be able to share our data and our analysis with the world and make it useful for the larger astronomy community out there that are interested in exoplanets. So there are a lot of topics to study when you're learning about exoplanets. These not only include topics that are common to astronomical imaging and image analysis, but there are specific things that deal with exoplanet observations directly. The nice thing about exoplanets is that we use photometry measurements, photometric measurements, which members that are involved with minor planets and with variable stars already may have the skills and knowledge to be able to do these exoplanet observations. Now, there's some extra training involved because the precision that's needed to observe exoplanets is much higher than what typically and what has been traditionally expected for measurements of these types. And then also we do light curve analysis, which, variable star observers do light curves, and also minor planet work involves light curves also to do modeling for minor planets. So in terms of the general software complexity and the number of tools that are available, the exoplanet section is very much like the minor planet section in terms of you're getting into shape modeling and light curve analysis, that type of thing. It's very similar to that. The only other challenging point for exoplanets is the precision of the measurements that are needed. So some of the things that we'll be getting into are observing procedures, the data analysis tools, transit geometry, transit modeling, internet resources and data catalogs, and then reporting requirements. Those are some of the areas that you will be learning about if you join the exoplanet section. I'm currently looking for assistant coordinators to help me manage the main 3 groups. I'm also actively working on ALPO specific documents and training materials. And I'll show you an example of that I've already developed for our observatory at the Mark Slade Remote Observatory. And the website will provide these documents once we get them to a certain quality level. Then there'll also be additional guidance documents that will be developed to further help those that are mentoring members. So one of the things that I want to implement as part of our group is not just a training section or a training group, but also a mentoring, help those that have learned how to use these tools to help also, if they desire, to mentor others in this regard. And that way, the whole membership of the ALPO exoplanet section, we all help each other get better, and that's really a necessary thing for the whole ALPO, is for everybody to help each other as much as we can. Here's an example of a flow chart that I made. I know it looks a little busy, you can't quite read the text, but this is the detail that I like to use to document the way things, to help us train, to help us understand the reason why we're doing the different steps in the process and the observing, why they're needed to be able to get the best data possible. You have to be fairly rigorous in your execution of not only the obtaining the best data that you can, but also in the analysis. Here's an example of a portion of a procedure. This is just the very start when you're starting up the observatory. This is the kind of detail that I am planning on providing. Now, this is actually this checklist. There's a whole narrative, there's a whole procedure with the steps numbered there that describe each of these steps that are in the checklist also. So this is just a small portion of what a procedure would look like. And then we got internet resources that we'll have available. One is the Test Objects of Interest website, which provides us, gives us a schedule of opportunities and a database to look up your location and to find opportunities to observe exoplanets, and give you all the details on when the transit occurs, what the depth is, all kinds of information, what the altitude is, what the time of transit is, all that stuff is listed here in the transit tool that's available to us for the test objects of interest. And talking about the instrumentation portion of the exoplanet section, we do have some special instruments that I won't get into here, but there are special tools that we use and instrument equipment to be able to do the very precise measurements that we desire to take. This is an example of what this diffuser will do as an instrument to measure this, to increase the precision of the measurement. These are example images. And this is a result of an exoplanet I observed back in 2018 with the diffuser. And the precision that you get is around the shot noise precision is around 1 millimag, or 1/1000th of a magnitude. And then the total scintillation plus shot noise precision is around 2.7 millimag, which is typically around 4 to 5 times more precise than what you typically would measure for a variable star or for a minor planet. So this is reachable from a backyard telescope on a basic system. There's just it's not magic. It's some people might think it's magic, but it's actually just learning the skills and the techniques and having the knowledge to be able to do this work. To me, you know, I'm a scientific imager. I'm not so much a pretty picture imager or beautiful image taker for the sky, but to me, some of the tools and techniques that beautiful imagers take of the sky are just as rigorous, or if not more, you know, involved than tools that you would use here. That's kind of a general statement. That's basically based on my little knowledge of doing beautiful pictures of the sky. Here's an example of modeling results for this observation. The size of the planet, the orbital inclination, the depth of the transit was very much in line with what the catalog values were. So the major part of the observations that we will be doing are to maintaining the ephemerides. These planets need to be observed several times to nail down their orbital values. And so it's very important for anybody that's involved with exoplanet monitoring to be able to do this and provide the data to the rest of the world, basically, that keeps track of this data. That's about all I have. I'm open to questions. I don't know if I went too long or not.
You're fine. You got more time if you need it.
Okay. No, that was about the bulk of my talk. I don't have any more details to go over for this presentation, but I'm welcome to take questions. And if you have anything you come up with later, you can call me there. I am looking for people to join to help be part of the leadership team to maintain to help manage the different groups that I have created. I know Carl was interested, and you talked to me, and Frank, maybe you might be interested in, I don't know if he's on, in joining the group. I know you guys are very busy, just like all of us, but I'm also open to new members or any members that are interested, basically, in joining the exoplanet group and joining in and helping to grow this section from scratch, basically. You know, it's really a rare opportunity to be able to start a brand new section in the ALPO.
I have to say, I really like your logo.
Oh yeah, yes.
We need stickers or patches.
Yeah, I can do that for sure.
Ken here. Jerry, have you been in touch with or heard back from anybody in the ALPO Minor Planets section, since there's a certain amount of commonality in observing?
Yeah, there is a large amount of commonality. It's really more of an enhancement or an additional training for those people that do minor planet work. I need to reach out again. I haven't really heard anything particular from anybody actually. So hopefully the word will get out some more. I need to get the website. So Larry, I'll get with Larry Owens to get our website up and running. That's a big part of being able to have people understand what's going on with this, with the group, with the section.
Okay.
Richard Schmoody.
Hey, Richard.
Jerry, what are some of the, maybe 2 objectives you have for the section? Are you going to look for satellites, perhaps, or rings around some of these planets, or what are a couple of objectives you're looking for?
So the main objective is to do the necessary follow-up work that the test team requires for ground-based observations. And to be a little more precise, we're doing seeing limited observations of transits, which means we basically, our instrumentation and techniques get down to where we're just limited by our location on the earth, and our, whether we're up on a mountain or down in a backyard somewhere. But as you can see from my my results from an observation I did 2-3 years ago, I got down to around 2 to 3 millimag precision from my backyard. And so where I'm at is halfway between Richmond and Washington, D.C. and Virginia.
Ah, yeah.
So, so our skies are not the best, which is fine
What
for
is the
photometric
typical
measurements.
what is the typical duration of such an exoplanet transit? Is it a single night event?
It can be. Typically the transit takes 2 to 3 hours, more like 3 hours, and then you want to get probably around an hour before and an hour after the transit. Typically, if you're using a German equatorial mount, you'll have to do a pier flip in between or in the middle of the transit. When it's, if it's a good night, you'll catch the whole thing. So the middle of the transit will be during your meridian flip during that baseline period. You won't. It's important to be able to catch the ingress and the egress without doing any kind of meridian flip in the middle. But sometimes the opportunities only occur where you can only observe half of a transit, where you'll get the baseline when it's already in transit, and then you'll get the egress, or you'll get the baseline before the transit and get the ingress, and then a little bit after that. And then, but you want to take every opportunity to observe them, regardless of full transit or partial transit. But typically you can expect a 5-hour session, a nominal 5-hour session.
Okay. Jerry, this is Julian Parks. I have 2 questions. What about the size of the telescope you're using? And can this be done from the middle of New York City?
Now there are targets of opportunity that you might be able to get, and they're very bright stars. The brighter the star, the easier the measurement. And so the brighter the star. And test objects are anywhere from 7th magnitude up to about 15th magnitude. Now we used a 6.5-inch refractor in our observatory to do these observations. And TESS itself, if you don't realize what the TESS satellite, that satellite is made up of 4 telescopes that are only 4 inches.
Right.
But they're wide field, and the pixel scale is very large. So that's why you have to do groundwork, because it's got 21 arc-second pixels. So you get a bunch of stars that are detected within that 1 pixel or a group of pixels. It's a 2.5 arc-minute aperture, basically. And so that's why you have to do the groundwork, because they've got these detections, but they don't know which star it is. So they're kind of like a finder for a location, and then ground-based work gets done. But in terms of size, you can do this exoplanet with smallish telescopes. I would say 4 inches would be the minimum. 5-6 inches is better. But for refractors, you can do that. And then if you got a reflector, of course, you get much larger. But you do have to have a nice, I would recommend a nice go-to mount system to control your system and to manage the performance of the instruments. You really have to manage that at a certain level.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. Are you familiar with Rob Zellam's program for?
Yes. I was joined Rob Zellam's group early on, a couple years ago, a year and a half ago, to give advice, not to give advice, I'm sorry, to understand their program and to help test their program, basically. And yes, I haven't attended their weekly meetings for a while now, but early on, like a year ago, I was pretty active in attending those meetings.
is he able to provide objects of opportunity for the ALPO to work on, perhaps?
Yeah, so that's the thing. There's a lot of different. Well, TESS is the main one. That's a discovery program for exoplanets, and the follow-up work that's needed to be done is basically from TESS. But there are a large library of existing exoplanets that have been discovered since Kepler that people can train on. They're well-known exoplanets. They're well-characterized models for those exoplanets. And there you can test your mettle observing those objects too. So the Kepler objects, the TESS objects, anything that Bob Zellum might have to share would be great for targets. Yes, all the above. We need as many observers as we can get away because there's thousands of exoplanets, and any one location on the Earth has a limited subset of those to observe because of their location. The southern hemisphere needs to be represented also. That's very scarce also. I appreciate everybody's questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take it away, Tim.
Yep, I don't have any. Please write me. If you're interested.
Is anybody here? Frank, how interested are you? Frank Malilo, how interested are you in helping out Jerry? Frank?
Yeah, go ahead.
How interested are you in helping out Jerry with his work? Because I know you're very into CCD work, especially. I've seen your work.
What about the exoplanet?
Yeah.
I've done that in the past with the photometer, now with the CCD.
With the photometer.
Optic photometry, yes. I did a long time ago. I did, if I remember correctly, I think there was an exoplanet of 289459 in constellation Pegasus. And I did it a couple of times. I monitored for at least 4 or 5 hours, and that night it was scheduled for the transit. I think I detected a very slight dip. I'm not sure, and I have to run a few more times. And then I ran a couple of times for that, and it seemed like it's a small dip, but it's very hard to confirm that because maybe some of the errors in the data. But unfortunately, I haven't followed up. Now with the CC data, I haven't got to using that because they have, I think, require green filter or yellow filter in order to.
I suggest Jerry needs all the help he can get, and you've done something like that as Richard Schmoody. So the two of you, especially, I would recommend helping Jerry out.
Yeah, I consider that. Yeah. Then I haven't done it in a while.
Well, the techniques have been updated, and they're brand new techniques that we've developed at the Mark Slade Remote Observatory also that I hope to introduce to everybody in the section. And any help you would wish to provide would be great, Frank. And
okay. All right, I consider I can contact you.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Richard
Hey,
Schmoody.
great, Jerry. Thanks for helping out.
Sure.
Well, no, this is Richard Schmoody.
Okay, Richard.
You need probably a CCD camera rather than a photoelectric photometer. I'm pretty well aware, you're right. You need really high precision, something on the order of a millimag. And I have used a single channel photometer, well, I guess just over 30 years now, but I'm not going to get that. And of course, it would be nice if I was maybe a half a mile or a mile up too. My elevation is, kind of close to sea level. But I do want to point out in one of my Springer books, a man over in Australia actually photographed Pluto eclipsing a star while it was full moon.
Mhm.
So I suppose you can do it, maybe even from downtown New York. But again, you need the precision. You've got to have
Right.
the precision.
That's
And
right.
changing the subject, I did want to let you know you're a Springer series editor. I'm in the final stages of writing a book on Mars. It's a telescopic review.
Okay.
Or I know Roger Venable might be interested too. I've got a rough draft, and I probably can send that out to Roger and see what he thinks of it. But I thought I'd just throw that out as well.
If you'd like to have it in the Patrick Moore Practical Astronomy series, then just send me an email and we'll fill out a proposal and we can submit it.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then.
Thanks.
Let's continue on. Thanks a lot, Jerry. I just want to say right now we have a very international audience looking over at YouTube right now. We have 28 people on YouTube, and they range from people from Istanbul, Canada, France, and Argentina. So welcome to our conference. And on Zoom, we currently have 32 people online. For those of you on YouTube, please, I want to remind you, hit the subscribe button. You'll see it right there on the screen, and the little bell next to it. The bell will notify you anytime we go live with any videos or we upload new videos. And there's also a little thumbs up button. The more thumbs up we have, the more people get drawn to our channel. So please take a couple seconds and do that for those of you on YouTube. All right. Next up, we have Rick Hill. Rick sent me a bio that's about 15 pages long. I'll try to cut it down. His first observation was in 1957, was a transit of Mercury in a 2-room schoolhouse in Michigan when a substitute teacher brought a small Unitron to school to project the sun, but it was the wrong day because it was, I guess, Mercury wasn't transiting that day. But
Yeah,
that
she didn't do the UT calculation.
We've all done that. Pre-internet, of course. He went from a 2.4-inch Tasco refractor to an RV6, which I think a lot of us could relate to as well. He sold that RV6 to a young lady named Dolores. I think she might be here. And then he joined the ALPO and the AVSO in 1975. He's been active in both organizations since. In 1982, Walter Haas asked him to start up a solar section, which he did. He's also discovered thousands of asteroids, some that pass closer to the moon, closer than the moon, 27 comets, and he's named over 120 asteroids. Thank you very much. He now spends time working on astronomy in his home observatory. He loves fossils and collects over 35. He's collected over 35 years. He has bonsai trees, vegetable gardens, and taken in many, 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 many rescue cats. So, Rick, I'm going to hand it off to you. Are you going to present yours?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm going to share the screen right now.
How's your back, Rick?
It's not doing what it's supposed to do here. There we go. Okay, what we're going to discuss here is solar cycle 25, which has already started, and I'll explain when it started, and high energy events on the sun. It'll be a 2-part talk. For those that don't know solar astronomy, this is called the butterfly diagram at the top because it looks like a bunch of butterflies. And what it shows is that sunspots, when they form at the beginning of a solar cycle, form up near the poles, plus 35, even as high as plus 40. And throughout the solar cycle, they form closer and closer to the equator till at the end of the solar cycle, they're forming on the equator. And then the new ones are forming at the pole at the same time. And so it creates this butterfly diagram when all that's plotted up like this. You can see this is over many different years. The sunspot counts in themselves are calculated and plotted. The sunspot numbers versus the dates here. You can see not only the 11-year sunspot cycles range from 9 to 14 years. And the first one was designated by Rudolf Wolf back in 1745, although he lived in the mid 19th century. He went back and took old observations. And you can see here the 11-year cycles are well shown, but also there's another cycle you can see, a larger one that peaked out about 1960. That's when I first saw the sunspots. Instead of seeing the transit of Mercury, I saw sunspots, and that galvanized me that there would be anything on the sun. It never even crossed my little mind at that time. And so this shows the sunspot cycles, and it's not current. It goes close to the current date, but we'll catch up with that. One other thing about I showed you the larger cycle, but the cycles have been weaning down lately, the last 4. And in fact, the last couple of them have had, last 3 have been double hump maxima on the cycles. And they're not sure why that happens, but they are winding down, so to speak. And that'll have some import in a minute. The number of spotless days, which is another indicator of when we're at maximum and minimum, you can see 0 spotless days here. That was the last maximum. 281 days, or about 70% is typical for the solar minimum, that you'll have 70% days without sunspots. That has been increasing in recent years. You can see the increase right here from 73 to 77%. This has some, I need to get rid of all the pictures on the side. There we go. This shows the last sunspot cycle. You can see the double hump here. And then we've been going through a few years down the bottom. Minimum was reached right here, December 2019. And then we started back up. Now there were 2 reigning theories of the ramp up for activity. One is more or less adhered to by NASA. The other one by National Center for Atmospheric Physics. And this was compiled by Silso in Belgium. They're sort of the clearinghouse for sunspot numbers. And you can see that everybody got excited in January here when they saw this peak. They had, oh boy, we're going to go up this one. We're going to have a nice sunspot cycle. And it dropped right back down. In fact, right now it's back down on the line. So we're tracking along this lower line pretty consistently. This shows, now in the ALPO, when I started the ALPO solar section in 1982, we determined right away we were not going to count sunspot numbers. The AVSO and the people in Belgium, they're all doing that much better than we could have. And so we have studied morphology of sunspots and various activity on the sun. However, we decided early on, all these other organizations tally sunspots by month. And I saw absolutely no reason why we should adhere to a 28-day February and a 31-day July on the sun. So we tally our numbers by solar rotations. And that's what this plot shows right here. And this plot is included in every article we have in the journal. And it's all tallied by rotation. You can still see right here that we had that spike in January. And everybody really got excited about that. And I don't blame them. It's been a long dry season. And now we're coming back down, and we're going to be back on that lower line. This is just a trend line that I ran through the observations. It has no predictive quality to it. This does have predictive quality, and this is one of the optimized forecasts. And as you can see, we're trending right along what is predicted. This is the lower line prediction. So what does that leave us with? Well, this shows when Rudolf Wolf started calculating the solar rotations back in 1845 or 1745. And you can see here, you can see this other larger cycle on top of the 11-year cycle here. And there's even more cycles on top of that when you go back and use carbon-14 dating. Carbon-14 is affected by the sunspot cycle, and we can use pieces of trees to calculate this. But the current NASA prediction is for this to be our next cycle.
Wow.
And well, you've seen the data I've shown you. I tend to believe the NASA prediction. And they say it'll be the lowest solar cycle in 200 years. As you can see right here, from here, you go back 200 years and you're back here. And however, National Center for Atmospheric Research disagrees. And they're sticking to their prediction that this could be one of the strongest cycles ever. And so either way, this is what the solar section must do. We have to monitor the activity, and right now there is almost none. And watch this and report this as we see it. Scientifically, we don't have much interaction with the professional community anymore since they now have things like stereo A and B and SOHO. They don't need us. And so we do it for our own enjoyment and entertainment, so to speak. However, let's talk about flares, coronal mass ejections, and other energetic events on the sun. This is the sun at solar maximum on the left and solar minimum on the right. This is the largest sunspot group of that particular cycle, solar cycle, and it was very easily a naked eye group. And in fact, it was so big that you could see shape to it. Usually it wasn't just a spot on the sun. Now, having said that, I want to tell you that if you're going to look at naked eye sunspots, please use proper filtration. Typically, our observers will take the filter that they put on their telescope and they'll look up at the sun through that filter. That's safe. Don't ever look at the sun without proper filtration, even when it's setting, even when there's clouds, even when there's smoke and haze. It's not safe. And you can see this fellow is a testament to that. Now, let's talk about the sunspot groups of cycle 23 to 24. These are the largest ones arranged in order of size. This is the AR number assigned by NCAR. And these are the sizes. The sizes are determined in millionths of the sun's disk. How did they come up with that? Well, I have been unable to find who did that originally, but a millionth of the sun's disk, you know, the sun's covered with granulation, which I'll show you in a second. A granule is about 1 million, an average granule is about 1 millionth of the sun's disk. And I suspect that that's the origin of this measurement unit on the sun. But the sunspot of 1,000 millionths, which is not even on this graph or this table, 1,000 millionths is typically the size needed for somebody to see it naked eye, especially if they have eyes as bad as mine. I've got all kinds of floaters and everything. Young people have reported to this section seeing sunspots as small as 800 millionths. And one fellow reported 700 millionths, but I can't believe that. So these are all naked eye sunspots. This one right here, easily naked eye. In fact, that's the one we were just looking at. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I'm not sure where the one we were, let me back up and just check it. 93, 93. No, 21, 92 we'll look at in a minute. Here's 93, 93. The third one down on the table. I can't get my cursor back. There we go. 93, 93 right here. So that's easily visible to the naked eye, and you can see shape with it as well. And these are the classes of the sunspots. I won't go into how that's graded. That's a whole nother talk. This shows 2192, which was at the top of that list. This is done with my little Questar, and hey, you're getting ahead of me here. And it was, again, easily visible to the naked eye, and the separate parts were visible to the naked eye. This was Randy Shivak, Pam Shivak's husband. He's got a very nice system for observing the sun. Here you can see granulation. Each one of those granules is on average about 1/1,000,000th of the sun's disk. So you can see this one is 2,100 or 2,150 millionths of the sun's disk. This is spectacular imagery. He does some of the best imagery in the United States. This shows the X-ray flares and their intensity over the last couple of solar cycles, going back to 1998. And the intensity of the flare is designated by the number X28. That flare was so intense. It was the most intense flare seen in the modern era. And it actually knocked out the sensors on one satellite and caused communication damage on the Earth. And you can see the regions here that these flares occurred in, and our regions that we were just looking at on the other page aren't even on here. I don't even see 2192. The start and end times and mid times, you can see they last anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour. It depends on the intensity. That has some effect. This is what a good flare looks like. This was called a mega flare. The flare occurred on the limb of the sun, as you can see here in the green, and caused the sloughing off of a lot of material from the sun called a coronal mass ejection. These typically slough off about 1 billion tons of material from the surface of the sun. Yes, they are visible in amateur telescopes. I've seen one in my little PST, which is now missing in action. I haven't found it. But my PST was able to see a coronal mass ejection. Not this one, I don't think. I'd have to go back through my records. But these cause a lot of disturbance on the Earth. They cause aurorae and a lot of communication interruptions. And I'll show you one particularly nasty one in a minute. Here's a list of those flares again, ranked by the top 12 and the dates that they occurred. And that X28 plus, it says X28 plus because when it fried the sensors, they couldn't tell how hot that got. So that would have been a very exciting thing, but I don't believe we got any images in the ALPO solar section of that flare. And I'm very disappointed about that. This again shows another coronal mass ejection. You can see all that material coming off the sun. Fabulous images. And these happen a few times a year. Smaller ones happen more frequently, but these big ones happen a few times a year. Now, this looks very complicated, but this is the Earth right here at the 3 o'clock position. We got Venus up here, Mercury down here. These are satellites. The squares are satellites. You can see Messenger, Spitzer, Stereo A and B. And this is the solar wind spiraling off the sun. The solar wind is ejected from the sun, and the sun's rotation causes the spiral. However, mass ejections are more powerful, and they plow right through the solar wind, as you see here. This one missed the Earth. So we didn't feel but the slightest effects from it because just the edge of it just brushed us. Now here's a different one that plowed right into the Earth. And this one did cause a lot of activity and aurorae and things like that. And the Earth again is at the 3 o'clock position. It will be in all these diagrams. And this one, we were lucky it missed us. And I will explain why in a second. This one would have caused major disruptions. but you can see how much energy it had. The solar wind just didn't even exist for the particles being flung off in that mass ejection. This one was one of the more spectacular events of our lifetime. This was a magnetic storm, they called it, but it was a mass ejection. And it occurred in 1989 before the term mass ejection had been developed. I'm looking for my cursor again. There it is. The flare occurred on this date right here. These down at the bottom are H alpha, and this is up here is visual. And it arrived at the Earth the next day, and which is much faster than solar wind. Solar wind takes 4, 5, sometimes even 6 days to get to the Earth. This was so powerful, it caused the safety mechanisms on the Quebec hydropower system to shut the whole power system down, left the people in Quebec, 9 million people without power for 9 hours. And that is the kind of thing these mass ejections can do. So if we have we have two competing theories right now on how this current solar cycle is going to ramp up. If it ramps up at the rate that NASA predicts, we're probably going to duck a bullet. But if it ramps up at the rate that NCAR predicts, we could be in for a real hard time, because in the current electronic device age, cell phones, communications, GPS, relying so much on satellites, we have not been hit with what are called Carrington-sized events. The first white light sun solar flare was observed by Carrington, and it was an event that actually caused all kinds of aurorae all over the Earth, seen all the way down to Bermuda. So a Carrington-sized event has not happened in the lifetime of anybody currently alive. So, and certainly not in the electronic age. If this happens, we don't know what's going to happen. Some electronics are said, especially by the military, are said to be hardened, which means they're protected from such impact. That may or may not be. It hasn't been tested. And these are mostly hardened for EMP from nuclear attack, not from solar CMEs. So it remains to be seen what will happen. This is what the solar section will be watching, is the ramp up of this current solar cycle, and what effects it will have on our electronics. Imagine, if you will, you're flying in a 777. You're up at 35,000 feet. A CME hits the Earth, and your GPS shuts off on the aircraft. That kind of reminds you of that Twilight Zone where they went back in time in the jet. So it's going to bear watching, and there are on the websites that suggest ways of hardening electronics. For example, I've taken some of these suggestions and encased hard drives for my computer in a layer of paper, and then a layer of aluminum foil, and another layer of paper. That acts as a Faraday cage around the hard drive, and just put them in storage. These are simple things. Whether they'll work or not, we don't know. But it does bear thinking about. It does bear watching. If you have any questions, you can contact me at this email. That's my website at the top. And of course, at the bottom, the website for the solar section. And I thank you very much. And I'll take any questions as soon as I get out of this mode.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Ken here. You mentioned Mr. Carrington, and we do, as you know, and the rest of the group who gets the journal knows, we do run Carrington rotation reports. As far as Mr. Carrington himself, you cited him as observing a flare, I guess.
White light flare.
What was his lifespan? When did he live? When did he observe that? Because that was
Oh,
back
that
in
was
the,
that was back in the 19th century,
okay.
before there were any electronics.
Yeah.
So an event the size that he observed, we have never seen anything like that, and
Yeah.
so it's going to be interesting if it happens. It
And
could be deadly if it happens.
a little tidbit. You keep losing your cursor. It happens to all of us. I think what happens is after a while, your screen times out and the cursor goes away. But as soon as you move the mouse, the cursor comes back.
Right. I'm just trying to see how to get all your shining faces back on my screen here.
Rick?
Yes.
Richard Schmody. Just one quick question. What is the solar rotation period? Because, different sunspots, sun has differential rotation.
Right. The 27.3 days is the accepted value.
27.3 days. Thank you very much.
This is Julian Parks. Hi, Rick.
Yes.
If the NASA prediction is right, do you think there's a chance of another little ice age?
Well, that's stay tuned. We don't know. It could play havoc with the climate, but then again, so could a monster solar cycle. We don't understand many environmental groups just dismiss the sun. They say the sun has no effect on the environment, and I always say to them, turn it off for 5 minutes and come back and talk to me. It does. We don't understand it completely. And there are papers every year coming out about that. And many of them conflict with each other. So, like I said, stay tuned.
Thanks.
All right. Anybody else have any questions for Rick?
Yeah, Rick.
Rick. I have one question. The other day I read it in spaceweather.com and they predicted that cycle 25 the maximum period would occur earlier than predicted. Is that true? Or, how'd they come up with that?
Oh, the maximum, well, you saw the double humped solar cycles. So, when the first hump happens in these solar cycles, we say, oh, well, this cycle maxed out early and it'll probably have a slow decay. But then a second hump comes by. We don't know. We can't predict these things yet. We're not that smart yet. We're getting there, but we're not there yet.
That probably there was, that's, I think it was about a month ago, there was like 7 sunspots grouped. And
yes. Well, back in January, we had a whole bunch of sunspots. And like I say, everybody got excited.
There's nothing, then the curve goes down. So it's like a lot up and down.
Yeah.
Hi, Rick. This is Jerry. I just had a question about statistical analysis for these coronal mass ejections. Can they pretty much come from anywhere on the sun, or are they limited to certain?
They usually occur under the site of a strong flare.
But those could be located anywhere, right?
Correct. Well, you saw the butterfly diagram.
Yeah, right.
Depending on where you are in the solar cycle, it's going to determine what latitude your sunspots are being formed.
Okay. So my question is that you understand the size of these things as they get ejected. You got a statistical frequency, I would imagine. So seems like the scientists should have done a statistical analysis on what the probability of this is over the next 100 years or whatever.
Not that I know of, but I don't know all the papers that are out there.
Yeah, it seems like you could take a stab at it anyway, based on the frequency and the size and the direction frequency, the directionality of these things.
Entirely possible. I can't say. Any other questions? I don't want to be biting into John's time here. Go ahead, take it away, Tim.
All right. Thanks a lot, Rick. All right. Very good presentation.
Thanks.
All right. Our next speaker is from across the pond, John Rogers. He's been the director of the Jupiter section for the British Astronomical Association for 30 years, analyzing and reporting on amateur observations of Jupiter. He's also a longstanding ALPO member. His book, The Giant Planet Jupiter, was published in 1995. In recent years, he's been extensively involved in international collaborations of both amateurs and professionals studying Jupiter and in collaborating with the imaging team of NASA's Juno orbiter. All this work is in the amateur capacity. Professionally, John was a lecturer and researcher in molecular neurobiology at the University of Cambridge in the UK until he retired in 2014. So as to devote himself to full-time Jupiter research. And John, welcome to the, I almost said podcast. Well, welcome to the conference.
Well, thank you very much, Tim. And thanks very much to all of you in the ALPO for giving me the opportunity to attend this meeting for the second year running now, and to give you all a talk. Now, I'll see if I can get this PowerPoint up on the screen. Let's see, I think we need to do a share screen. PowerPoint, share, and the little wine glass symbol, as it always seems to me. Okay, and I shall just try to get rid of these mug shots. I'm not quite sure how to do that. Oh, no, I've just got, sorry, I'm just trying to get rid of mug shots. There we go. Okay, so, yeah, this talk is to cover some of the interesting features that have been happening on Jupiter in the last year or so. Richard Schmood is going to be talking tomorrow about current events on Jupiter as well. And so we've, I think, been able to split up the interesting features on the planet between us. Here's just an overview now of the look of the planet at the moment in this beautiful image by David Carlish. As you can see, the North Equatorial Belt is particularly faint, apart from its north component, its south component here, and I should say north is up in all the images here. I mean, the NEB is something that Richard is going to be talking about tomorrow. You can also see this intense orange ochre color over the equatorial region, which I'll be talking more about during the talk. And you can also see Ganymede in shadow here, which reminds us that generally the satellites are transiting across the equatorial region at the moment. And here's another example of that, which is Io and its shadow, just the day before. And that reminds us that Jupiter at the moment is pretty much edge on to the Earth and to the Sun. So that means that the satellites are undergoing some mutual phenomena. In fact, Jupiter passed through equinox on May the 2nd. Sorry, I'm just going to try and get some stuff off the top of my screen. Okay, sorry, I can't get rid of the top stuff at the top of my screen, so I have to go on knowing what's on it. Anyway, this is one such mutual event where the shadow of Callisto goes across Ganymede. So there have been quite a lot of these, but not many of them favorable for us in Northern Europe. I don't know if you in the United States have had a chance to see many, but several observers in Australia have been able to take really nice videos. And here's one example by Anthony Wesley, where you can see the shadow of Callisto sweeping centrally across Ganymede. Shadow looks rather small because Callisto is some way out and has quite a penumbra, but it's actually a central eclipse. Now, for anyone who's watching from the Far East or Australia, you're going to have the best of all these events 2 days from now. I'm afraid it's not going to be visible from America or Europe, but this is on August the 15th. And just as Io is going into occultation, Callisto is emerging from a transit, and Europa and Ganymede are both beginning their transit. So you can see Europa is there, Ganymede here, and their shadows are on the planet. And as they proceed across the planet, Europa will pass under Ganymede and be eclipsed by it. So that's going to be a pretty wonderful quadruple event to watch. Now, we should also remember that Juno is in orbit around Jupiter. and taking superb images every 53 days, whenever it comes closest to the planet, i.e. at the perijoves. So we wondered actually whether the effect of going through equinox could be seen in JunoCam images, particularly whether the planet's very tenuous ring, which can only be seen by spacecraft, would cast a shadow on the planet at the time of equinox. Well, Juno wasn't flying close to the planet on the day of equinox, May the 2nd, but it did 2 weeks earlier. So we looked closely at the image of the equatorial region taken at that encounter. And I'm sorry to say there isn't a shadow of the ring here. This is looking east along the equatorial region up that orange equatorial band. And that was actually consistent with the predictions from one professional colleague who thought the ring would be too thin to cast a shadow. But what you can see in this image is some of the fantastic detail that you get in a typical JunoCam image of the equatorial region. The lower panel is at full resolution, the upper one is the whole image. And you can see a lot of these wonderful cloud bands of different colors and different patterns. And you can also see subtle patterns of waves that are quite widespread over the equatorial region. You can see some of them here in affecting this white cloud band here and some similar ones on the other side of the equatorial zone. But you can also see waves of similar wavelength, which is probably of the order of 100 kilometers or so, quite widely over the image. Whether you can see them on screen, I'm not sure, but there are in fact very subtle, faint bands running across much of this region, which can be picked out in many of the JunoCam images nowadays. So that's an aspect of the equatorial region cloud cover that is particularly interesting to professionals at the moment. So the rest of the talk is really going to be concentrating on several different regions of the planet and looking at several features of interest both to us and the professionals that we've been looking at with both amateur observations and JunoCam observations during the course of this year. So first, going on with the equatorial zone coloration. Here's one other nice image showing a typical view of it last month. But I wanted also to show you here a methane band image, because the methane band at 0.89 microns is one that's much used by Jupiter observers because it shows you the altitudes of the clouds. Methane is a gas that's uniformly distributed in Jupiter's atmosphere. So when light of that infrared wavelength penetrates the atmosphere, if it encounters high altitude clouds, such as these you see here over the equatorial region, then it gets reflected and looks bright in the image. Ditto over the Great Red Spot, over the polar hoods here. But if the cloud tops are lower down, then the methane band infrared light penetrates deeper and gets absorbed, so it looks darker. So basically what you're seeing in these methane band images is a code for the altitude of the clouds. And what this has been telling us last year and this year is that orange band in the equatorial region is very bright in methane, very methane bright. So its cloud tops are at high altitude. Now, associated with that, we discovered something very interesting in the last apparition. And this is really unprecedented on Jupiter. It's a system of waves in the equatorial region that are not moving at all with the normal current of that region. So in these images by Chris Go, in the lower panels, you see some images in normal visible color, and all of that equatorial region from the NEB edge to the SEB edge is normally moving very rapidly to the right, i.e. eastwards. And by rapidly, I mean 7 to 8 degrees longitude per day. And everything in the equatorial region moves at that kind of speed. Nothing is known that ever remains stationary with respect to the rest of the planet. That is until we noticed these waves a year ago. And you see these waves, they're actually within the equatorial zone, but they're along the edge of the orange band, which is methane bright. And they were absolutely stationary in system 3 longitude, which is the rotation period of the interior of the planet and close to the rotation period of most other features in the higher latitudes. So this is a chart of longitude versus time that illustrates that. And this is longitude of those features in system 3 over 45 days last year. And you can see there's one here and one here and 2 others that remain stationary for most or all of that period. Now this year, something else has happened, which is related to that, but somewhat different, and actually on an even larger scale across the equatorial zone. You can see it in this set of maps made by Shinji Mizumoto of the ALPO Japan, who produces great resources for everybody in making maps and reports on Jupiter. It's a feature about here, which is initially nestled between some of those waves, but the waves this year are not very conspicuous or long-lived. But this feature is a bright patch that extends right across the equatorial zone. You can see it progrades a little bit eastwards during the course, I think this is about 2 weeks of these, no, 3 weeks, the course of these maps. But it's not moving with the normal rapid features of the equatorial zone. It's nearly fixed in system 3. So I'm just going to go on to show another video, but this one is Cassini in RGB from the year 2000. It's still really the best video to show the currents on Jupiter. And I show you this now for 2 reasons. First, that it shows you dramatically how the whole equatorial region flows to the right. The lack of that motion in the one we previously looked at is really a puzzle. But the most promising hypothesis for this is that the cloud tops here, at least the top of the haze, is at such high altitude that the jet streams decay to nothing at that altitude. So if you get high enough up above the cloud tops, it's expected that the jet streams will decay and you'll just be seeing things that are nearly stationary with respect to the rest of the planet. So that's the most promising hypothesis for how these features on the orange band there manage to stay stationary. So in the Cassini movie, you obviously don't see anything stationary in the equatorial region at all, but you do see a lot of super motions in other parts of the planet. For instance, you can see the great red spot rotation here. That's something I'm not going to be talking about today. And you can see here in the south temperate region, a very dynamic region of a little sector of south temperate belt here. Now, the south temperate region for the last 20 years or more has been largely blank, almost white, and that's the case here. Except for a limited number, between 2 and 4 structured segments, as we call them. And this is one example of those. There are sectors where you do have some structure. Sometimes it's very low contrast and pale, but it's a circulation. Whereas this one is one of these dark turbulent ones, which are sort of chunks of turbulent south temperate belt. And you can see it not only turbulent inside, but also emitting dark spots on the jet stream in this direction to the north side, and on the south side on the jet stream to in the other direction. So the point of showing you that now is that we seem to be observing the origin of a new one of those right now. There's been a sequence of these structured segments which form a very neat pattern of cyclic behavior over the last 22 years. So this is a chart of them, and of the one large anticyclonic oval in the south temperate region called oval BA, a chart over 22 years and longitude in a special longitude system in which oval BA is on average more or less stationary. The previous video was a blow up of this region, which is a bit of the Cassini map here. Oval BA wasn't on it. But what you can see here is that oval BA oscillates to and fro in longitude to some extent over the years, which initially seemed very puzzling, but was clearly explained when we also plotted the movement of the structured segments on the same chart. So the one I just showed you is this one labeled B, and it moves faster than oval BA, and eventually it collided with BA, or more specifically with the dark sector that is always present just following oval BA. And when that happened, it accelerated over BA, it transformed into a big dark turbulent sector. Exciting things happened, and there was much activity in the vicinity. And eventually, after a few years, it all quietened down, and then BA decelerated again. So this has been repeated several times in the subsequent years. These structured segments always start with a dark spot in the tens of degrees preceding oval BA, and then they prograde, and eventually they hit it and produce some fireworks, and another one comes along following them. So as you can see, one began to collide with oval BA in early 2020, and so we've been waiting for a new one to appear. And even by the beginning of 2020, it was looking a bit overdue. But during 2020, a couple of features did appear that looked like promising precursors of a new structured segment. So here is an amateur map of the planet with oval BA here, a nice dark spot that had appeared here, which looked like a promising precursor, but also some very faint features that we thought were cyclonic vortices, probably, given what we knew about the area. And so we kept our eye on both of these features. JunoCam happened to be able to get some excellent images of them. This is that dark spot. You can see a beautiful cyclonic pattern in the image here, with a dark spot overlain by reddish clouds in the middle. Here, on the other hand, it's shown a very low contrast cyclonic vortex, probably not the same one that's shown in that image, but there have been 2 or 3 of them, which are actually then merged and produced something that seems to be more persistent. Then just over a year ago, something exciting happened in one of those vortices. This is called Clyde Spot because it was discovered by Clyde Foster on May 31st last year. And it was really a phenomenon on small scale, but very bright in his methane band images. So this was his just image where he discovered this very bright spot in what had previously been a very low contrast feature. It was still not at all obvious in visible light. You can just see the bright spot there. It rapidly faded. However, it's important for 2 reasons. First, that it appears to be the start of something that is now expanding and going on to be a new and impressive structured segment. Secondly, that JunoCam was already scheduled to take an image of that location 2 days later, and the image was really a corker. And here it is. You can see cyclonic circulation around it, which was probably there before. And then you can see this beautiful 2-lobed structure, which is also bright in the methane image, which seems to have been expanding over the center of that cyclone. So both ground-based observers and JunoCam have been able to follow this up subsequently. And here you see some JunoCam maps. So that was the one I just showed you where Clyde Spot appeared. More recently, we've seen that dark spot 6, that one there, has actually moved right up to oval BA and faded through orange into nearly white. And in fact, in visible light, in ground-based images, it does look bright white. On the other hand, Clyde Spot has expanded into a turbulent region of the type that we know well from other latitudes on Jupiter. And we think this is exactly the sort of feature that is going to expand to form a new structured segment. Here are those same images shown on larger scale, just blowing up Clyde Spot. So here, the conjunction of amateur and JunoCam images has produced a really nice record of the development of this feature. And here are some recent ground-based images showing what's happening to those things as we see it from Earth. There's oval BA on the left. There's what used to be dark spot 6, so we now call it white spot 6, sitting right next to oval BA. And here's what used to be called dark spot 7, but we still call it Clyde Spot, actually, because it is so changeable and interesting. That's the spot itself. It's still expanding, but you can also see that it's at the center of a darker area of the South Temperate region. So this may well be not just a single structured segment, but perhaps the start of something more extensive that's developing in the region. There hasn't been a general revival of the South Temperate Belt since 1993, and if that happened now, it would be fascinating to watch. Well, just a week ago, another event happened, which has encouraged us to think that actually a more general revival might happen. And this was an exact repeat of Clyde Spot, in a tiny cyclonic vortex, but remote from oval BA in a different region of the domain. And it happened just as that region was passing the Great Red Spot. So in amateur images recently, it had been a bright spot, but not an erupting one, for some time, but it was completely negative in methane band images. But on August the 7th, Chris Goh imaged it as a very bright spot in methane and recognized this as a duplicate of Clyde Spot. This methane bright spot is presumably a rising convective cloud, probably a giant thunderstorm, that has suddenly erupted from down below and initiated its transformation into a turbulent region with ongoing convection. And in fact, this time, the origin of it was seen better than ever before. So these are a couple of images from several rotations before the outbreak. Sometimes the precursor spot appeared as a little bright spot, sometimes as a more extensive diffuse white region, perhaps overlying the core of this putative cyclonic vortex, which you've never yet seen as a vortex. But this was Chris Go's discovery image just at the time the methane bright spot erupted. And this was Eric Sussenbach's image taken from Curacao in the Caribbean, just one rotation before. And he was very fortunate to have really good seeing and images taken over 100 minutes. And looking at this movie, it looks as if he actually may have recorded the plume head, the eruptive convective plume, actually rising through the clouds at the time. Here, he's a double team with his father, who is retired, so had the time to put Eric's first and last images together into this animation. And you can see the equatorial region here. This is the whole equatorial region moving to the right. You can see the great red spot circulating anti-clockwise. And you can see here that something happens in that little cyclonic spot. And what I think we're seeing is that in the later image indicated by the right-hand pink line, there's a new bright spot at that position, which is exactly in the position where Chris Go imaged the methane bright spot one rotation later. So it seems quite likely that what Eric imaged here was the start of this outbreak as the cloud plume was rising through the clouds, and it was going to erupt in the next few hours. And we can bring that up a few days later up to date, the images on August the 9th and 10th, showing that indeed that feature is now expanding, becoming a little bit turbulent in visible light images while it's been fading in the methane band, just like Clyde Spot did. So I think that's all I've got time for at the moment. I've got some images also of the polar region, showing how the JunoCam images are telling us interesting things about the polar pentagon, but I better leave a bit of time for questions, or if there is any. So just to finish off by saying that the Juno mission still continues. It might have ended last month, but NASA has extended it for 4 years. So JunoCam is going to continue taking images. They're still going to be superb for as long as the camera lasts, which may be the whole 4 years. And our and your amateur images are essential for backup for the Juno mission. To put the close-up Juno observations into context, as you see here, this is a JunoCam map at 1 perijove. It can only take images of very limited area near perijove, and the JunoCam team really need ground-based observations to show what it's looking at and to forecast what's likely to happen at the next perijove, and also to track development of these features between perijoves so that we know how the features have been developing when JunoCam is fortunate enough to get a snapshot of them at superb resolution. So thank you very much for your attention, and if there's any time for questions, I'll be happy to answer it. I'm happy to answer some.
This is Ken here. I'd like to say that if you didn't know any better, many of the ground-based images are right up there with the Galileo or Juno images in some case. They're so good. The quality.
Oh, John, this is Jim Helka. I was wondering, is the rotation speed of the red spot changing much or over time? Have you been able to do that?
We haven't measured it in the last few years, but yes, it certainly has speeded up. The rotation period has decreased. The decrease is largely due to the shrinkage of the Great Red Spot. As you may know, the red spot has been shrinking over years, particularly around 2013, and actually it's shrunk quite a lot more in the last year. It's now just about 12.5 degrees long, which is as small as it has ever been. We haven't actually measured its rotation period since it shrank to that small length, but it was down to a minimum of about 3.6 days in 2014, 2015, which is about half what it was in the Voyager era. And so it's probably getting even shorter. But also, I think from our measurements on Hubble images that the wind speeds have increased. But we still await some accurate measurements of the latest Hubble images to see whether that's really the case with better quality data.
Thank you.
John, this is Richard Schmuty. I've looked at oval BA and when it transits the great red spot, and it's pretty consistent, but not perfectly. But you know, these big dark spots you're talking about that are causing oval BA to change and accelerate. That makes a lot of sense to me. I'm guessing the transits of oval BA and the great red spot, does that affect oval BA's rotation rate?
As far as we know, the passages of oval BA past the great red spot don't affect it internally. Okay. We don't see any color change. The rotation period has not been measured very often because that can only be done from spacecraft, including Hubble. And even then, the measurements are quite difficult to make. So we can't be very precise about that. Okay. It appears to me that the changes are basically peripheral to oval BA. When one of those structured segments comes up behind it, and you get a lot of dark and turbulent activity going on following it, you get a dark rim around oval BA, and you get a lot of spots streaming out on the STB north edge preceding oval BA. And of course, you get the acceleration of the oval accompanied by a slight shift in latitude. So I think those are all external effects on it, but we don't know of any effects on its internal structure at those times.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, John, I want to thank you very much for your presentation. That was very enlightening. I like that. Some amazing photographs of Jupiter, and like Ken said, some of them you can't tell the difference from Earth-based observations to Juno.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. All right, we're going to take a short break now and get back at it. The schedule says come back at 19:20. Let's make it 19:25, just 5 minutes later. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So we'll see you all in a few minutes. All right. Do we have everybody back? It looks like we do. All right. Looks like we have a good group over on YouTube still. Thank you very much for everybody that's over there. I've added everyone that requested that was on YouTube, their email addresses to the invite for tomorrow's half of the conference. So you will automatically get the Zoom invite tomorrow morning for tomorrow's activities. All right, next up on our agenda from Argentina, our good friend Alberto Anazito. He's the acting assistant coordinator of the Lunar Topographic Studies program, and he's going to talk about wrinkles on the moon. So take it away, Albert.
Hi, friends. You hear me right?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I think now I have to share the screen, no?
Yes.
It's okay?
Yes, you're doing well.
That's good.
Okay. Well, good evening, friends. It's a pleasure and a great honor to be here. Now we will talk about about the lunar feature whose amateur observation is fairly infrequent. Why observe wrinkle ridges? As an amateur observer, I dare say that it's because of its intrinsic beauty, its fleeting beauty, that appears one night and disappears the next. In one of the most beautiful books written about the moon, Thomas Elger uses very poetic images. They have a very evanescent beauty that gradually disappears as the sun rises higher, leaving nothing but a ghostly streak and then not a trace. They are beautiful and they have a strange similarity with the only appreciable elevation in the orographic relief of my land, Entre Rios in the center of Argentina, the Lomadas. Thomas Elger also found similar features in Ireland and Scotland called cames, as we see in the right. These features has a different origin, but could be very similar to the wrinkle ridges as seen from the surface of the moon, if we could see the wrinkle ridges from the surface of the moon. A landscape that it is illustrated in this magnificent image of the Japanese probe Kaguya. This is one of the few images taken in lunar orbit with oblique illumination that allow us to appreciate the wrinkle ridges. What would be the really analogous landforms on Earth? Their lack of identification on Earth has made it difficult to analyze the origin of wrinkle ridges on the moon. They were first identified on the moon and then searched for on Earth, where they are very rare. Subsequently, wrinkle ridges have been identified on Mercury, Venus, and Mars. On Earth, features that are morphologically similar to wrinkle ridges on the moon and Mars occur where frost faults have broken the surface. On the moon, they only deform the surface. There is no definitive consensus on the cause of the formation of wrinkle ridges on the moon. There seems to be at least a provisional consensus that they are compressional features of tectonic origin, which are the surface result of a tectonic process of compression within the inner crust from the loading by basalt field that generates a blind frost fault below and an anticline above. It is interesting to know that all the wrinkle ridges have some orientation north-south with a stress direction east-west, all formed in a common and continuous process that occur in a short period of time, geological speaking, after basalt emplacement. In this image, we see at the bottom a tectonic process of compression within the inner crust that generates a blind frost fault below and an anticline above, which is the wrinkle ridge. Let us look at some characteristics of these lunar features, which are obviously related to the maria, which is the basins filled with basaltic lavas. There are three types of wrinkle ridges: concentric to the center of the maria or basins, parallels, which is radials with respect to the center of the basins, and isolated segments. We can observe, even visually with a small telescope, that wrinkle ridges are a system of related individual components, segmented features along a general sinus trend, as we see in this magnificent image of someone you know very well, our lunar coordinator, David Tesk. Now, let's see how we could recognize morphological data on amateur observations, both visually and photographic. Even visually, with a small telescope, we can clearly distinguish the two superimposed components of a wrinkle ridge. The arch, which is composed by a broad and gently sloping on the right, and a steeper slope in the left. The arch is several kilometers wide and not too high, tends to follow pre-existing structures as the circumference of the basin or the rim of a buried crater. The other component is the crest or crenulated ridge or major ridge, which is sharper and more irregular than the arch, not too wide, but more high than wide. We see in the left image the two ways in which the crest segments, form a regular pattern above the arch. In A, generally the crest runs parallel to the arch in a sinus map pattern, first along one margin and then along the other margin of the arch. But sometimes the crest or crenulated ridge runs at some angle to the main train of the arch in an echelon pattern. The crenulated ridge tend to occur oriented in a dominant direction along the entire length of the wrinkle ridge, marked by the frost fault that is beneath. My first approach to a systematic observation of wrinkle ridges dates back to when I selected photographic images to send to a focus on section of the Lunar Observer. But it was the visual observation that led me to register details as lights and shadows in its structure. Although those brights and shadows did not correspond many times with what we could find, for example, in the virtual moon atlas or the Ruckel's atlas. This was an annoying feeling. I was seeing structures or details that I could not find in atlases. It was with the reading of a wonderful book, The Mother Moon, A Personal View by Charles Wood, that I was freed from that annoying feeling. In Wood's work, moreover, the explanation of the structure of the wrinkle ridges is very clear, and it made it easier for me to read the specialized ratings, works which I have already summarized very briefly. It is hard to visually distinguish with my little 4-inch scope the crest from the arch. But if we look at this ancient and a bit primitive drawing of a wrinkle ridge that intersects Luther crater, we can see a ridge formed by a pattern of shadow and brightness, with two brighter areas that would be the highest points of the crest on the arch. In this set of wrinkle ridges around Norman crater, we see yellow arrows the most classic shadow and brightness pattern from which we could infer visually the existence of a steep slope of the arch, the slope that casts shadows, and the gentler slope that strongly reflects sunlight. The blue arrows show us a ridge whose presence we can only infer by the shadow it casts, without bright areas. We can deduce that it is high and not very broad, and with a less steep slope than the ridge indicated by the red arrows. In this case, what most caught my attention in the main segment is a much brighter area located at its edge and bordering the shadow, which seemed to even have jagged edges. To delimit it, I marked it with a black line that I didn't observe. It is a simple resource to demarcate the brightest area from the rest of the bright area. Surely the crest of the wrinkled ridges. I have seen these brighter areas on other occasions, and I believe that they are the brightest and therefore highest areas of the upper segment of the wrinkled ridge. In this, but visual observation is a valuable source of information. Let's see what photographic observation can contribute to the study of wrinkled ridges. The wrinkled ridge that appears in this image by Sergio Bavino is a well-known one, Dorsa Smirnov in the Mare Serenitatis. In the first detail of the previous image, we see the two ways in which the crenulated ridge or crest can appear on top of the arch. This part is visible as a bright part. In the segment 1, run parallels to the arch. In segment 2, it ran at some angle to the main train of the arch in an echelon pattern. We also see the clear difference between a gently sloping in one side, which reflects sunlight, and a drop off on the other side in shadows. I choose the second detail of the previous image because it shows the complexity of the relief of the slopes of a wrinkled ridge marked by the nuances of the shadow. This image is by a fellow observer of the Sociedad Lunar Argentina, and it is a wrinkled ridge in Mare Imbrium near Herschel crater. In this detail, we see another morphological characteristic. The crest runs first along one margin and then along the other margin of the arch. The migration of the upper segment or crenulated ridge or crest from one side of the arch to the other is seen more clearly in this detail. The steepest slope is in shadow, and on the gentler slope, the crenulated, this would be the steeper slope, which is in shadow, and then on the gentler and less high slope of the arch, we can see the crest that passes to one side of the arch to the other side of the arch. And we also see a fork at the bottom that is two separated segments of the same ridge. In this image, we have a beautiful panorama from Archimedes to the vicinity of the North Pole. But if we enlarge the image by focusing on the red area enclosed by the red circle, we can distinguish the morphological component of this nameless wrinkled ridge. The red arrows mark the beginning of the arch of the wrinkled ridge. the area in which the slope is gentler, while the blue arrow marks the steep slope, which casts shadows, at the top of which is the crest or crenulated ridge, which is the brightest part. The crest migrates from one end of the arch to the other in both segments. You see, we see it in orange. Orange marks the crest. The image on the left is the record of the map of lunar wrinkle ridges of the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter Quick Map. The image in the center is the same image as we saw in the previous slide, with the addition of what we consider to be the edge of the arc in red, and the crenulated ridge or crest in orange, which appears to be leaned to the left. The image on the right, is the segment of the ridge within the red circle, and on the image of the left, whose relief we will see in the next slide. The relief of the area using the Lunar Orbiter Laser Altimeter of the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter Quick Map confirms that the crenulated ridge passes on the left above the steep slope, while the slope on the right is much smoother. This is we put together the graphic. We can see that this point is the point of maximum altitude, is the highest point. There is some discrepancy with the LRO map data and the observation. What would be the contribution of the photographic observation on wrinkle ridges with amateur equipment? Quite a big one, I think, as long as the quality of the images is not affected by zooming in, like the examples we saw. It surpasses visual observation in that it allows to obtain details of wrinkle ridges which are far from the terminator. And the visual observation is restricted to the areas near the terminator. Photographic observation allows to distinguish clearly the component, arch and crest, and its details, while visual observation allow us to distinguish gradations of shadows and brights more clearly. In order to refine the morphological data obtained by the observation, we could add indication of brightness using the Elger scale, planning the observation by preparing a template with a rich plot, add generic indications to the observations, such as are there shadows, how dark are these shadows, is the crest visible at the top of the arch, there are brighter spots in the crest, is there a change in direction of the crest, is there any segment that is not included in the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter Quick Map as a wrinkle ridge, etc. Now, the question is, would be valuable or interesting a wrinkle ridge observation program? I don't know, perhaps. It is possible that we could contribute with our observations to the study of the wrinkle ridges, following a very notable example, the ALPO Lunar Domes program. As the study of lunar domes, the study of wrinkle ridges, in words of another wonderful lunar book, and I quote, is only possible based on images of the lunar surface acquired under strongly oblique illumination conditions. As a sequence, ground-based images obtained using telescope and CCD cameras like those commonly used by well-equipped amateur astronomers are still of great value for the morphological and morphometric analysis of lunar domes or wrinkle ridges intergeological contest, as Rafael Olena and others say. Well, thank you very much, and pardon, please, my English.
Your English is very good.
Oh, Alberto, this is Jim Melka. I was wondering, are these wrinkle ridges the remnants of waves in the liquid magma? You know, when they were formed. Is that clear? Like a wave?
Yes, I'm not I'm observer. I'm not I included some data, some geological data, because it is useful to explain the observations. I think it has to be one of the causes is this emplacement of the lava over pre-existing structures, and but it's also a connection between with a far deep process below the surface. It seems that some fault that make an elevation, and the lava in a way responds to this elevation, this inner crust elevation. No? But they are very low geological relief. So it is very interesting how we could observe them only visually, only near the terminator, with this shadow effect of augmentation. It's a very similar observation to the observation of lunar domes, that it requires very oblique illumination.
Thank you.
This is Ken here. Alberto, are you still there? I think this might be a great program to talk with David Teskey about, if David's online, and making it sort of a sub-program to the lunar, what do they call it? The Lunar Selected Areas program. Because there are thousands and thousands of domes, and there are probably just as many, if not more, wrinkle ridges, but they're not named. But the lunar selected areas, we have maps of various things. This might be something as a various visual exercises for people that are interested in that. Good job.
Thank you.
Alberto, this is Wayne Bailey. Can you hear me, Alberto?
Yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to point out that most observations are made in the evening, which is one direction of illumination of wrinkle ridges. It would be interesting to look at illumination from the other side, in the waning phases of the moon instead of the waxing phases. Some of that's done in the just past full, when it's still up in the evening. It's very much less likely on the western half of the moon, where it's pre-dawn at low illuminations. That may be one of the things to consider. And I back Ken's suggestion that would be a good program within the selected areas program. The concentration within that. Thank you for a good presentation.
Thank you.
And Alberto, this is David. Great program. I think it would be a good idea for the selected areas program.
Yes,
be very interesting.
We could use the database, the gallery of images, to search and zoom in, and perhaps collect a good amount of images to make a study of certain wrinkled ridges.
See what you started.
Correct.
You can certainly use all the images I sent in for Focus On. Just spell the name right, that's all.
How do you spell wood?
Hill, H-I-L.
Okay. Very good, Albert. I appreciate it. You always do a
Thank
good
you.
presentation here.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Richard Schmoody. He was born in Washington, D.C., attended North Harris Country College and Texas A&M. He receives his doctorate in physical chemistry from Texas A&M University in 1994. Since September 1994, he's been a member or employed by Gordon State College as a professor of chemistry. He's a member of the Kingston Center of Royal Astronomical Society. He's also a member of the ALPO and the BAA. Richard has focused much of his research on measuring the brightness of the planet's invisible wavelengths. And this is his first of 3 talks he's giving at this conference. This one is on a general talk of photoelectric photometry. Take it away.
Okay, I need to share screen, right?
Yes, you do.
Okay. And help me out here. I hit share here.
It says share screen.
Okay. Okay, I've got.
That's not it.
That's not it. No.
What you need to do is open the PowerPoint file under desktop first.
Desktop.
Yeah.
Where is desktop? Where is desktop? I've got. I've got view.
Stop sharing right now. What you have.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know how to do that. I don't see it here.
It should say, well, when you hit the share button, it should say stop sharing.
Okay. Well, I don't see it. All I see is a little.
Look at the bottom.
Okay. I'll steal the screen away for a second.
Please. Yeah, I'm a little lost here.
Okay.
Now I need to go to desktop.
You need to open the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. How do I do that? I mean, I've got.
Where is your presentation located?
It's on the desktop.
Okay, go there.
Okay. I don't know how to do that.
Well, you minimize this screen, the Zoom screen.
Okay. But I get this email thing in the way.
Well, close that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. Now I need to find that.
This is why we have a practice run.
Yeah. General talk on photometry.
There you go. Now open it.
Okay.
Now go back to Zoom.
Back to Zoom. Okay.
And hit the share screen button and click on the photometry presentation.
Okay. 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 Nope. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Okay. All right. Can you see it now?
I see nothing.
See nothing. Okay.
You have to share it.
I've got to share it, and I did hit share. And I get that. I'll try share.
Okay. Looks
There
like
it comes.
It's starting. There. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Now go full screen on that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I need to get these out of the way. Okay. I'm just going to talk about general photometry, and I want to kind of
click on full screen, Richard.
That's the best. That's the fullest screen I can get.
No, I mean on the bottom.
On the bottom of it, it shows like a little slideshow.
Slideshow on the bottom.
On the bottom icons, the last one before that little slide.
Right here.
On the bottom. No, go to the bottom right.
Bottom right. Right here.
No.
Getting there. No. To the left.
Right there.
All the little icons on the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one on the right looks like a screen.
It looks like a camera.
No, you want to go a couple over.
I can't go any further to the right without hitting black. Right here. Looks like a screen.
I don't see what you're pointing at.
Richard, you want to be one line up. You want to be one row up.
Oh, yeah.
No, not up there. You had your thing at the bottom of your screen.
One little row up, Richard. Yeah. Now to the right.
That row. Now go to the right.
To the right.
Comments.
A little
Go
more.
over to 3 more to the right.
A little more. More.
One more. That's
yeah.
it. Click that.
Click on it.
Yeah.
I call it the little wine glass.
Okay.
There you go.
It's supposed to be a projection screen.
Okay.
All right. Are we good?
No one gets out alive.
I'm exhausted. I need a beer. All right.
No one gets out alive.
Right. I just want to talk a little bit about photometry in general, try to keep it as low level as I can without losing people. And I want to make some introductory remarks first, and then talk very briefly about the equipment. Now, there's actually two kinds of photoelectric equipment. I'm really not familiar with one of the kinds, but I do want to mention it because I think it really has great potential. Then I want to talk a little bit about the method that I use, and then just some quick results related to planets. I have done a little bit of work with the moon too, but I didn't include it here. All right, photometry is just the measurement of brightness, and we use it all the time. Now, of course, we use our eyes as the detector. Obviously, while driving, we see a little red light up in front. It depends. Do we stop or not? And that all depends on how bright it is and how far you perceive it. If it's 200 yards away, you don't stop. But if it's 10 yards away, you better think about stopping because you're going to run a red light and that's going to be a problem. We gauge the brightness before taking a picture, particularly in the old days when you had flash bulbs and whatnot. I don't know if people do that as much with cell phones now, but you just do that. And of course, digital images and just the computer screen you're looking at. It's really just little tiny pixels, and some of them are bright, some of them are dark, like the letters in these words. So you do photometry all the time with your eyes. What I want to do is talk about photometry using an electronic sensor. Now, in photoelectric photometry, it's based on the photoelectric effect where light hits a material and then the material releases electrons. And I believe it was Einstein who first described this, and he got a Nobel Prize for that. But basically, you use an electronic sensor, and then the light is turned into an electrical signal, and the amount of light affects the brightness. Okay. And it's generally highly accurate. And of course, we heard an earlier talk by Jerry Hubble. I mean, 0.1% is how bright, and possibly even brighter. I think some of the satellites can do it even better than that. But again, highly accurate. And so anyway, the electronic sensor can either be a single channel photometer, or it can be a digital image or a CCD image. And I think, Alberto, this is where maybe you can really make some groundbreaking work. You can take an image of a wrinkle, let's say at 7 o'clock in the evening, and then 7:30, 8:30. Now, during that time, the sun altitude is changing just a little bit, and hence the brightness and darkness of the shadows are going to change. You can measure that. You can actually measure that from looking at the pixels. It's possible to do that. In fact, there's some people who have done this, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this tomorrow in my Uranus talk. So anyway, we're on the cusp of being able to do that. Now, the purpose of photoelectric photometry and planetary studies, I've been measuring the brightness of the planets for about 30 years. First off, monitor seasonal trends on the planets, particularly the more distant planets like Saturn and Uranus. Monitor cloud patterns on planets, including dust storms on Mars. Some of the dust storms on Mars can affect its brightness by over 20%. I can also use them to as constraints on carrying out brightness measurements of individual features. We're just beginning to do that. I'm going to, like I said, present some results tomorrow of Uranus. They may also yield highly accurate polarization measurements. Use a photometer and a polarizing filter. And I don't know if anyone has done, any amateur has done that. Now, I know the professionals have used the eye and a polarizer to estimate polarization values, but I'm not sure anyone has used a CCD camera, at least no amateur. I think they have used polarization measurements on Hubble Space Telescope. And then finally, study the sun-planet connection. And of course, one article I'd like to point out to you is my ultraviolet photometry review of Uranus, published about 2 years ago. And there seems to be a correlation between the brightness of Uranus in ultraviolet light and the sunspot number. Of course, that goes back to Rick's talk a little earlier. Again, it would be interesting to see if there's a correlation with more data over a longer period of time. Of course, we're coming up to a solar maximum, and it will be interesting. Hopefully, I'll be able to continue my ultraviolet brightness measurements of the remote planets then. Okay, here's my equipment, basically, or one piece of equipment. Got my mount, my telescope, a little dew shield or light shield, actually. I don't want light getting in because I'm measuring the brightness of, say, Venus. And of course, there's my single channel photometer. Now, this photometer actually requires AC power. And of course, I use a single channel photometer. That's basically just measuring the whole, just one pixel, if you will, rather than 10,000 with the CCD camera. Now, you have to think about the wavelength of light you use. Of course, visible light, you know, your eyes, but you've got near infrared light, the J, H, and K filters. I'm doing or carrying out photometry with the J and H filters. And that is a wavelength range that is beyond the range of commercially available CCD cameras. So again, most CCD cameras go out to a wavelength of about 1 micron. I'm going out to a wavelength of about 1.2 to 1.7 microns, roughly. Now, there's also the mid-infrared, and we've actually had at least one paper published in the ALPO, I believe this year, by, I wrote his name down, but anyway, he actually, Darrell Wilson actually did lunar thermal emission studies. And so anyway, that's another area that shows promise. Now, there's two kinds of equipment for modern photoelectric studies. The digital CCD camera, this is really the big one. This is where I can see a lot of new studies being done, a lot of studies that would be useful to professional astronomers. And then, of course, photoelectric photometer. This is the method I use, but I think the first method shows more promise. But you do need a few basic things. You do need the whole disk brightness measurements to be able to extract data of, say, a wrinkle ridge or a lunar dome or of the great red spot. Now, the basic method of measuring the brightness of an object using a photoelectric photometer, and it's pretty similar with the CCD camera as well. First off, you need a comparison star, and it cannot change. And it's kind of like grading a quiz. You have an answer key, and then you have the quiz. The answer key cannot change as you're grading the quizzes. Your students, my students will note that real quickly. So this has to stay constant. The comparison star has to keep a constant brightness, otherwise it throws everything off. You then measure the brightness of your target, which we'll say is Mars. And then, of course, you do this back and forth, carry out some calculations. I will spare you the details on that. And then finally, you need to correct for the changing distances. That way I can compare a brightness measurement of Mars I made, say, in January to one that I made in March. Okay. And it's the normalized magnitude If that changes, the planet's changing. It's not having to do with distances. And I might add, it might also be due to the sun changing. Now, I do want to say one little thing about the sun, people. Invisible light, it only changes in brightness by about 1/10 or 0.2%. But if you go to the ultraviolet, it changes a lot more. Okay, the ultraviolet light changes a lot more. So again, that is sort of an interesting area to look at. All right, now the method, again, carry out studies with an objective in mind. For example, seasonal changes on Uranus. Now, if you're going to do that, when you need to be kind of young when you start, don't start at my age, but I started doing this back in 1991. I was, I think 33. Maybe I was just about to turn 33 when I took my first brightness measurement in Uranus. And I've been doing it for almost 30 years now. Another thing you might want to look at is rotation curve of Mars. You'll need at least one night. If you're really lucky, you can get it all or get a good chunk of it in one night, but probably you'll need a month. Study how the brightness of Saturn changes as its ring tilt changes. And I know, Rick Hill, you have imaged the rings when Saturn's rated opposition, and you can see what's called the Seeliger effect. Well, we can measure that with the photometer. We've actually been able to do that, and we've reported our results in the journal Icarus. And here's another one. Now, again, you need to choose your wavelength of light. I've chosen near infrared. The near infrared wavelength actually goes deeper into Venus's atmosphere. And so I'm able to study Venus's lower atmosphere with J and H filter photometry. Okay. But again, have a project in mind. Now, of course, and Alberto, you might want to say, well, gee, I want to study this wrinkle ridge. And how does it change in brightness as the time changes? The sun altitude, maybe it's 7 o'clock in the evening, 7:30, 8, and that's changing. But you can measure small changes in brightness. You really can't see with the eye, but you can see it using a computer. And so that's a possibility. I think that would be really valuable data. And you could compare it to the altimetry, laser altimetry data. And I think the professionals would be interested in that. So that's something to consider. Some results, and again, I'm just going to go through this real quickly. As it turns out, Mercury does not have a circular orbit. It actually is closest to the sun, and then like 30 days later, it's farthest from the sun. I've actually been able to detect the temperature change. In other words, the brightness of Mercury in the H filter, which is near infrared, does not exactly correspond to the inverse square law. Of course, that's where light dims with the square of the distance. As it turns out, I'm able to detect some thermal effects for Mercury. And of course, this can also extend eventually to the exoplanets. I don't think we have the technology to do that now, but in a few years, who knows? Venus, studied the lower atmosphere, as I've stated, again, with the near infrared filters. Mars, I've been able to measure rotation curve. And by the way, it's pretty similar to what it was back in 1916. Seasonal brightness changes, dust storms. And of course, the rotation curve of Mars changes with the wavelength too. It's actually even more extreme as you go out to the red and near infrared light. In fact, Mars's brightness changes by up to 0.3 to 0.4 magnitudes, or about 30 to 40% as it rotates. And who knows, maybe that's why Mars was so interesting even to the medieval peoples. They might have been able to see that brightness change as Mars rotated. I'm not sure. Saturn, ring orientation and how the ring affects the brightness. Jupiter, seasonal brightness changes. I didn't detect any, but I'm looking now in the near infrared. And finally, Uranus, seasonal brightness change. There does seem to be a seasonal effect. I mean, Wesley Lockwood has reported that, and I'm confirmed that, and I'm going to talk more about that tomorrow. And of course, some of the results, I've published some of this already, brightness at different phases. I have not published the temperature changes yet. I need to talk to a colleague of mine and see if we want to submit a paper to Icarus on that. And Neptune's really odd. It does look like it goes through a seasonal brightness change, but it did something else about 30 years ago. It just seemed to brighten all of a sudden. So Neptune is still, I think the jury's out on that one. But I do think it's going through a seasonal brightness change, and now it's just starting to dim. All right, and that's pretty much the end. I'm willing to answer any questions.
Richard, does your Optec single pixel aperture photometer measure the H and J bands in near infrared?
Yes, but you have to get a special photometer for that. You get the SSP4. The SSP3 can only go up to about 1 micron.
Yeah, and the CCD cameras mostly can only go up to about 1 micron. So
Yes.
what do? Do they make special extended sensitivity CCD cameras?
Well, they actually have extended CCD cameras. I noticed an image in the Journal of the British Astronomical Association. I think it was published 3 or 4 years ago, of some near-infrared images of Mars. I think it was by Ackerman. I think it was a husband-wife team, I think, but I may be wrong. Those cameras are very expensive, but you can actually get those cameras. But the off the shelf is only up to about 1 micron or so. Did that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Rick.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very interesting talk. One section you mentioned about mercury, temperature differences detected. Do you use any filters? I mean, how you come across to able to detect any temperature change? I mean, what kind of sky condition?
Okay.
We're able to monitor this temperature differences.
Okay, what I did was I would measure the brightness of mercury in the H filter. That's a wavelength of about 1.6 roughly or so. Okay, so that's way beyond the visible. And I would measure mercury. Sometimes mercury would be at aphelion, which means it's far from the sun. Other times it would be near perihelion, which is close to the sun. And Mercury there's a big difference. Mercury's orbit is not circular. There's like a 30 or 40% change in distance between perihelion and aphelion. And even when I corrected for distances, when Mercury was at perihelion, it was about 1/10 of a magnitude brighter, or about 10% brighter than what it was at aphelion, even after distance is corrected.
Okay, so that means the surface temperature is relatively hotter.
Yes.
Than the sun, than when it's furthest away from the sun. Yes. So you use the H filter. I mean, is that the photometer you're using? It's SSP4 or 5, if I remember correctly.
4. It's an SSP4.
SSP4.
Yeah. Make sure you get the 4. The 3 and the 5 won't work.
Okay, yeah, I have an SSP3, so I have, so that one, it's not an infrared photometry photometer. Okay, all right, yeah, that's very interesting. Okay.
Richard, how do you adjust for phase effects on Mercury and Mars?
Okay, very good question. For Mars, basically what I like to do, Mars is complicated because you've got a rotation curve and you got phase.
Yeah.
You got 2 things changing. So what I like to do is to break up my brightness measurements of Mars into 30-degree longitude intervals. And those are central meridians between, say, 10 and 40 degrees. That's one interval. And what I'll do is I'll try to measure the brightness when the phase angle is, say, 10 degrees, and then when it's, say, 40 degrees. and I can get a slope, a phase coefficient, if you will, for that longitude interval. Then I'll try to do it for the 40 to 70 degree, and then on and on. You have to be real careful because the longitude of central meridian affects your brightness. Now, Mercury, that is a little different critter. There, I don't think the brightness changes much with longitude, and I sort of assume that. I know that in visible wavelengths, Tony Malama looked at that, and he didn't find much of a change in the longitude of the central meridian. So Mercury is a little bit more, I need to make a few more assumptions, but Mars, I break it up into 30-degree longitude intervals. That way I have to be careful about the longitude effect and of course the phase effect. And of course for the phase effect, I just plot out the normalized magnitude versus phase angle. And it's usually a linear line. There is an exception. I know in one of my papers, I had more data and I was actually fitted to like a cubic equation or something. So I hope that answers your question, Roger.
Well, it's over my head, but I'll believe you.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. Rich, one more question. When you modeled Mercury, what comparison object did you use?
What? I couldn't understand.
What comparison object? What did you compare with when you modeled Mercury?
It's got to be a bright star, period. The reason why, it's usually twilight. It's not dark, as you know, for Mercury. So Vega is a good comparison star if it's, say, late in the year, November. Let's see, what did I use? Capella is a great comparison object. That's good for the spring. And of course, as you know, Mercury is best in the United States during May. Now, our friends down in Argentina, I believe it's October, November. You've got the best of the best, you people in the Southern Hemisphere. Alberto, you've got the best in November, I think, for Mercury. But that's the big thing. You've got to have a bright comparison star that you can see. I don't think I've used any planets yet. That's a possibility. Some of the planets seem to be pretty constant in brightness, like Jupiter.
Okay. So in other words, like in the evening, like in May evening sky, the Mercury was visible right after sunset. I get maybe compare with Capella. Capella is toward the northwest, so it seems to be the same altitude during the twilight, during the evening twilight. I know Capella is down to the northwest during the evening twilight in May, and it's the same height altitude as Mercury when it's visible in the evening sky toward west northwest. So it's pretty much not a very large distance, like halfway across the sky, but still in general direction. So that probably you get the same air mass when you consider the calculated data.
That's a very good point. Generally, I don't have the same air mass. And what I like to do is to measure the brightness of Mercury as it's setting. Then I plot that out. I plot out the brightness of Mercury, and that's a number, versus how the altitude or the air mass. Get a graph. Usually it's a linear line, not always, but I fit it to a linear line. That gives me the extinction coefficient. Now, here's one beautiful thing about the near infrared. Atmospheric extinction is much, much lower than it is, say, in the V filter, the Johnson V filter. Okay. So as a result, I'm able to study Mercury at lower altitudes or elevations than I can, say, with the green filter, the Johnson V filter.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we got anything else for Richard before we move on? All right, well, thank you very much, Richard. Great talk.
Okay, thanks.
Look forward to tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, next up on the agenda is Jim Tomney. Jim's interest in the heavens sounds like the rest of ours. Started at an early age with a 60mm refractor, moved later on to a 6-inch RV6 reflector, and which he still uses today. I wish I still had mine. You want to sell yours? He joined the ALPO sometime in the 1990s to further his fascination of the planets, especially Jupiter. He's periodically submitted reports to various ALPO sections, and he even had a couple sketches published in astronomy over the years. While he still enjoys visual observing, he's pairing it with lucky imaging. That's a good term. I like that. Over the last decade. In addition to the ALPO, Jim's a member of the Howard Astronomical League, where he currently serves as their second vice president and authors Shallow Skies blog, where he periodically muses about his time at the eyepiece. Jim attended Johns Hopkins University, went on to attend University of Maryland Dental School. He works with the Social Security information as a contractor, enhancing their systems for processing disability claims. Last year, Jim volunteered to be the acting assistant coordinator for the ALPO online section, which is taking up the task of a very daunting task, I might add, of posting every image, every sketch of the sun and the planets into our gallery. Yeah. And he's done a fine job and reorganize it. And today he's going to talk about data mining the ALPO galleries. It's going to be an online way to make the information in these reports searchable and therefore more accessible to both professionals and citizen scientists. Take it away, Jim.
Need to unmute first. All right. Thanks, Tim.
Yeah.
Let me see how we're doing. Is everyone seeing my screen?
Yeah, good.
Awesome. All right. So let's jump into this so that I don't tread onto too much of David's time here, who's following me. As Tim mentioned, the main thing is that the problem statement, if we will, is that literally we get hundreds of observations sent into ALPO from amateurs across the globe every month. Yeah. And these sketches and images currently, they're basically minimally indexed using a file name convention. So we name the file by the date and the time, the observer's initials, and then a filter. You know, was there a filter used or was it white light? And this is pretty much the only criteria you can use then in terms of trying to retrieve an image or a sketch that might be of interest to you. And so it really limits your ability to do searching for things that you would find of interest. And in some cases, we're actually losing a little bit of information if it's not on the image. So let's take a look at this sample image here. With this one, when we put it into the gallery, we're not really going to be able to search on things like the angular diameter. We're not going to be able to search in terms of whether any of the Galilean moons were present in that observation. We don't get to search on the user's equipment, you know, what kind of scope were they using? And we certainly miss out on terms of the central meridian. We can't pull back reports on a particular meridian. And also when the user has provided us information, that all disappears completely because that's not on the image and it's not searchable. So we lose that. So one other part of the problem statement here is basically the current accuracy of the search functionality in the gallery certainly does not seem to be very good. If we go to search for that image that I just showed you and you key it in and you click search, this is what we get. Basically the entire gallery for that year comes back. Now, the good thing is, of course, that these are sorted by the file name. So you can actually kind of go find it. But that kind of defeats the purpose. If you're going to have a search box, you really want it to search and bring back the ones that match your criteria, not the entire kitchen sink. So what would we need to do to try to improve upon this? The first thing, obviously, we're going to have some sort of a data store where we can put this metadata about the observations and then search it. You really need to have some sort of an input utility, a way to kind of facilitate getting the abstraction of the data from the gallery image into that database. And finally, of course, you got to have some sort of a user interface where folks can go out there and perform their queries and bring back their results. So I want to talk just a little bit more about the database part of it. You could do a standard relational database like SQL, Oracle, SQL Server. That's been the standard for years. And you represent basically an object like a report via tables with the relationships. And then of course, those tables have rows for your objects. It's really good for well-structured and non-volatile objects. So in other words, if your object, like your report, is not going to change a lot, it's going to be consistent from report to report to report, it's great. But it can be a headache if you are anticipating that it's going to need to change. And also if you are looking at trying to handle heterogeneous data. There's something called a NoSQL database, which surfaced about 15 years ago. Players in this arena are like MongoDB, Amazon's Dynamo, Cassandra. And here the focus is to have a collection of documents rather than rows. So it's very document-centric in nature. And this in turn allows it to be pretty flexible. And so you can have documents are slightly different within a collection, which of course I think can be very valuable if you're talking about observations, because all of our targets a lot of times have different criteria, different things that we're interested in. So again, kind of talking a little bit more to try to explain this difference, suppose that we wanted to index the articles in the ALPO. In a relational database approach, we'd create our tables. We'd get a view, something like this, that we could search against. If you want to do a NoSQL, you're basically creating a document. So for the example of line 4 there, this document here would represent line 4. And it is basically a bunch of key value pairs that we can then go and search against. Now, suppose David turns and says, hey, Jim, I really want to get the lunar observer in on this action. Well, for a regular database, that's going to be problematic. For example, we have the ISN as a key value in that one table. Lunar Observer doesn't have that. But with a NoSQL database, it's a piece of cake. You basically can create another document, which is slightly different than your original one, but there's a lot of similarities. And your collection of articles is perfectly happy to have both of those and to allow you to query against both of those. So I wanted to do a proof of concept, which is what I'm going to demonstrate here today. For the data store, I went with the Mongo database. It's a NoSQL database, and it's got great documentation on the internet. The other thing is that it is a cloud hosting product. So that means I don't have to do a lot of work. I can just simply have them set it up for me. For the input utility, I created a desktop application. It was a Windows Forms application written in C#. And we can maybe take a little brief look at that. So what it allows me to do, I copy and paste the emails that come in into a particular folder. And then this utility points to the folder and opens up and shows all of the emails. When I select a particular email, it then shows all of the attachments. When I select one of the attachments, it shows the image, which I can zoom in, pan, whatever I need to do. Another feature here is that as the observers are listing out on the images their equipment, I try to capture that. That goes into another collection. And so when Howard sends in one of his observations, I have a drop-down list because it's looking at Howard's email address and it says, oh, this guy has these particular setups that we've seen in the past. And it allows me to use the drop-down to select the equipment. Clicking on this button will abstract, if the person has given me the date and time in the standard format, allows me to abstract that. And then the other good part is that I can tag it with either free-form text, or I can select from my list here, which is like historical over the last 3 months of tags. And so it gives me the ability to kind of just add a little bit of additional metadata free-form in terms of the observation. Finally, we click on generating the file name and we click process, and that record is then sent out into the Mongo database, ready to be queried. So finally, in terms of the search interface, what I used was my family web application. We have a little website, and I developed it in .NET Core with MVC Razor for those of you who are geeky guys and enjoy IT stuff. And basically got it up and running about 6 weeks ago. And we can make this part of the presentation a little bit interactive. If you want to go out to tomny.com/ALPO, you can kind of play along and do some searches for yourself. I only did 2 targets, I did Mars and I did the sun. And I will say this is a beta version. Bugs can happen, and it's Friday the 13th, guys. So, you know, odds are not in my favor. But let's go out and see if we can take a look at this here. And I can give you a demo. Everyone still seeing my screen? Okay. All right, so let's start off with Mars here. So the first thing that you do, and let's say for the sake of argument, I'm interested in Novus Mons, the mountains of Mitchell. All right, so I'm going to look at last year during the summer. I can only do 90 days worth of material. I can only bring back 90 days worth of records. So let's look at last summer. Chugga, chugga, chugga. Okay, I happen to know that this object is at about central meridian 320. Okay, I also want to kind of limit that. So let me go 30 degrees one way and 30 degrees the other way. I'm going to bring back the reports from all the observers, and I'll bring it back in all the different wavelengths that they observed in. Click submit. Okay, I get now a grid. And if I scroll down, you can see that I've got a total of 14 entries. So if I want to see all 14 on one page, I can do that. And then I can also see, okay, I can sort on any of these columns. So if I want to see the range of central meridians, I went from a low of 324 down to up to 346. So I never really even got 320, even though I went to 30 degrees the other side. And I can begin to examine what I've got here. So let me look at the first observation from Clyde Foster back in June, which would be a little early for it. You click the report button. In another screen, it'll open up and it'll give you, here's Clyde's email information, you know, his notes. We get additional information here about the observation. We get a little thumbnail. If I want to kind of inspect this, hey, this looks interesting. I really can't see whether he picked it up or not. I click view image and I'm taken to the ALPO gallery where I can get a little closer examination. So now I don't really think I see that. Well, hey, wait a minute. In my tags, I actually see I've got some information here. So I can do a dynamic search by clicking in the search box. If I click or I key in Mitchell, I've got two where apparently it was seen in the report. Let's go ahead and take a look at Mark's report here. Okay, this is looking good. And yeah, sure enough, there it is. All right, so I think you get the general idea with that. Let's go take a look at the solar one. Oops, not that way. Let's see here, query results, there we go. All right, so the solar one, I'm gonna try to kind of, I'm interested in the Wilson effect. What does that look like? So I'm going to key in a particular range here because I'm cheating and I know that I'll find it in here. Okay, because the solar observers are hyperactive people, we have 1,231 records this time over a 90-day period. Really don't know which Carrington rotation is, but I call your attention to the fact that instead of central meridian, now we're looking at Carrington rotation, and it allows us to filter on that. Again, we have all observers, all sorts of filters. I'll leave it to you if you want to, filter by a particular filter. I'm not going to do that. I click submit. And because I've got so much data, it takes a few more seconds for this to load. And again, I really am interested in the Wilson effect. So all I need to do is type in Wilson, and I've got a total of 4 potential hits here. So let's go take a look at that. We'll look at the one here from David Tyler. Oh, that looks good. And indeed, you can kind of see that Wilson effect where it almost looks like you have a pock mark from the sunspot. Let's go and take a look and see how Frank saw it. Okay, very similar. His isn't quite as zoomed in. I'd probably want to download this image from the gallery and take a closer look. And that would allow me to then, get a better feel for what somebody is talking about when they're talking about the Wilson effect. Or if I'm a citizen scientist and I'm trying to do some sort of a study, it really would be beneficial to be able to query this sort of information. I mean, that's the whole point of this prototype and this exercise, is to just demonstrate that we have a lot of cool information, valuable information in our database here, and we can make that available. The hard part, of course, is going to be keying the information in, and then, of course, trying to get this available in our website, because our website currently is not really the best platform for some of this. So again, the bottom line is that we've got lots of data in our ALPO galleries, but it's coarsely indexed, and it's going to be hard to retrieve with a targeted search. It's possible, as you can see here, to deliver the ability to search member observations and make that available via web pages. And that can be used not only for our members, which, you know, through their own curiosity want to look up something, but you could also make it available to the larger astronomical community in their research endeavors. And the other thing is that I know at the moment, ALPO is discussing the redesign of the website, relaunching it. And I'm excited about that. I'm hopeful I can be a participant in that. And I think when we do something like that, it really gives us a wonderful green field that we begin to look at not only functionality perhaps like this, but other ideas in terms of making the website even more valuable. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up and ask if there are any questions or feedback that you guys have. I'm happy to try to answer.
Jim, Ken here. Your tools that you just discussed are separate and independent from the reorganization of the ALPO website. So, two questions. Do you have a time frame when you hope to wrap up your work? And at that time, well, this is really a request more than a question, we would like to have a tutorial from you to publish in the journal on how to do the search with the final tools that you come up with.
Okay, so mine was really just a proof of concept. I'm really not sure that I was going to take it further than that at this point.
Okay.
And I also don't know in terms of bandwidth charges that I might get hit with, since it's my family website.
Okay.
So, you know, I think we could certainly have a discussion, like if folks like Rick Hill or Kim Hayes want to make use of that for their reports that they do on a Carrington rotation or something of that nature. I think we could potentially do something like that. But I'm not doing this in terms of an eye of making it generally available to the ALPO. Hopefully that will come when we redo our website.
Very good.
Jim, the thing that I'm always concerned about when I'm making the reports is that I might miss an observer. And if I miss an observer's observation, maybe I didn't use it for one reason or another. If I miss that person, they can feel discouraged.
Absolutely.
And they can drop out.
Yep.
What would be nice to see is a way to search, for example, on and just get one response for each observer. Who are all the observers in this Carrington rotation that observed? And then I can make a list of these people, being careful to not miss anybody. Even, you know, there's always that one person that did a sketch and turned in one observation for 4 rotations, and that's all there is of that person in there. I still want to credit them, and because it encourages them and it stimulates them to go on and do more. Right now, I'm relying on Kim Hayes' individual Carrington rotation reports on the website, where she does list observers, but I'd like a really positive way to make sure I don't miss anybody.
Yeah, and that I can definitely do, because once the data is keyed in there, this is just like any other database in that there's a standalone GUI where I can create a query to get just that information. And so, yes, we could certainly do a query for a particular Carrington rotation and say, bring me back all the distinct observers. And that way you would catch, even if a person has one observation, you'd get a list of them all. So you and I can have a email offline conversation about that, and I can easily do that for you and Kim.
Yes, that would certainly help, because I go through every image to find out who actually took the image, but then you get to look at all the images. So that's great too.
Yes.
Yeah.
You do a great job, and I rely on it. And Yeah, well, I rely on your reports. You'll see bits and pieces from your reports in the larger report that goes in the journal.
Right,
So-
yeah. And I'm working on the next report too.
Yeah, you guys keep me busy. Very good. Anything else?
I just want to say thank you, Jim, and because it's really a needed thing to have this archive of images up on the computer, and so I'm really grateful for you.
Sure. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate that.
Yeah. and when we start looking into updating the website, this is definitely going to be an integral part of it too. So as for bandwidth and everything else that we work with.
I want to say thank you, Jim, and because it's really a needed
Who needs to be muted?
this archive of images up on the computer, and so I'm really grateful for you.
Sure. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate that.
So yeah. And when we start looking into updating the website, this is definitely going to be an integral part of it too. So, as for bandwidth and everything else that we work with. All right. So when you come into the room, make sure you're muted. That's all I ask. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good job. A lot of work went into that. That's obvious. I've dealt with databases in the past, and it's a daunting task, especially the number of images we're talking about. All right. Next up, well, we have David. He's putting up his presentation. I was going to introduce you. Hang on a minute. All right. David Teskey has been the acting coordinator of the ALPO Lunar Topographic Studies program. He edits the monthly newsletter, the Lunar Observer. If you've ever taken a look at that, you know that's an awesome publication that the Lunar section puts out, and it's free, which is amazing to me. And he also does a general lunar correspondence. David's a longtime amateur astronomer, began his interest in astronomy in the Apollo era, like many of us. In college, he was assistant director to the university's planetarium and gave hundreds of star shows to the public, school groups, and scouts. Following graduation, he was assistant director of the Davis Planetarium in Jackson, Mississippi, and transitioned into teaching middle and high school sciences in Mississippi. As a public school teacher, he won numerous awards, including Teacher of the Year from the Parents for Public Schools, various awards from NASA, and Star Teacher 2 years in a row. He recently retired from teaching. David's been a member of the AVSO since 1980, recently submitted his 9,000th solar drawing for their sunspot count. He's been a member of the ALPO since 1993 and submits daily solar observations to their solar program. Observations of the moon, and maintains this high interest in all things astronomical. Since 1990, he's done astronomical outreach at a local observatory, being the acting coordinator of the ALPO Topographic Studies program. He's renewed his interest in lunar studies. David, take it away. You there?
David, it looks like you're still muted.
Yeah, let me go. Can't hear you, David. Hang on, let me go there. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're good.
Oh, cool. Cool. My program is called Daylight in the Swamp. It's about Palus putridinus.
That's slide one.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go
That's
to the
where I
beginning.
live.
Go to the beginning.
Okay, I'm trying. Get forward.
You want to go back?
Me and technology. There we go. Is that it?
There you go.
You got it?
Yeah, slide one.
We're investigating Palus putridinus, which I call Daylight in the Swamp. And what I did is I put together this little show to show that we can do lunar science with small telescopes. We can see a whole lot of features with a small telescope. If you haven't heard of it before, Pallas Putridinus is in the Mare Imbrium region of the moon near the Apennine Mountains. It's kind of highlighted in that pink box there. And Pallas Putridinus lies in eastern Mare Imbrium, which is a large circular mare on the moon. It's the largest big circular mare. It lies at the base of the Apennine Mountains. Now, Pallas Putridinus translated is the swamp of decay. It's irregularly shaped, and it's about field of lava that's about 160 kilometers across from east to west. It lies between Rima Hadley and the crater Archimedes, which is this crater right here. The reason I highlight this for us today is it shows us many lunar features, including craters, rills, mountains, valleys, ghost craters, maria, and domes, all which can be seen in a small telescope. We'll start off with a tricky one. It's Rima Hadley. It's right here, this rill right there. This is a sinuous rill. It's about 80 kilometers at the base of the Apennine Mountains, which are right here. The rill follows the foot of the Apennine Mountains until it turns about 90 degrees to the northwest and ends at the foot of the mountain Mons Haley Delta, which is this large mountain right here. This rill is a typical lava channel. It's 1 to 2 kilometers wide, and it's about 300 meters deep. Think of that a second. Look out your window. 1 to 2 kilometers isn't very far, and you can see it pretty easily with a small telescope. It's perhaps most famous because just over 50 years ago, Apollo 15 landed right at that bend in Rima Hadley, marked by the letter O right there. The Apennine Bench is a large feature. It's about 280 by 250 kilometers. This is what geologists name for the train from the Archimedes Mountains to the Apennine Mountains, this region right in here. It consists of pieces of the original floor of the Imbrium Basin, high enough to not be covered by later Imbrium lavas, and it likely formed when landslides of material collapsed from the Apennine Mountains when they were formed 3.5 billion years ago, give or take a little bit. The Apennine Bench is a thin rock, has a thin rocky crest that protrudes from the top of the lavas about 25 kilometers in front of the Apennine Scarp. So it's right in this region. These narrow, nameless ridges are likely the top edges of mostly covered slump terraces, similar to those seen in craters like Copernicus and Tycho. As these blocks slid down, they lifted up a local plateau that was embayed, but not flooded by later mare basalts. This is similar to rough regions that occur inside the more recent Oriental Basin. What I'm going to do next is look at a few craters. And I'm going to start with the most conspicuous crater in the region, that is Archimedes. At 82 kilometers in diameter, Archimedes is one of the most conspicuous craters on Mare Imbrium. The inner crater walls are terraced and climb more than 2 kilometers above its lava-covered floor. You don't see a central peak here because its central peak is submerged by late Mare Imbrium lava flows. And since there's no breaks in the walls of Archimedes, the lavas rose up from fractures that were underneath the crater. And now the floor of Archimedes has been flooded to such an extent that the floor of Archimedes is just 200 meters lower than the plains outside of Archimedes. If you look carefully at this photograph, you can see Archimedes is pretty smooth, but there are a few little craterlets on it, a few kilometers across at the most. Up In the last century, studying the moon, our heroes were Patrick Moore and Watkins, and in one of their books, they described Archimedes' floor as mirror-like, which I don't think it is. The stripes of rays, perhaps from the neighboring crater Autolycus, cross Archimedes. There's a prominent cape right here that stretches up from the crater rim of Archimedes about 30 kilometers to the southeast. The satellite crater Archimedes A is right here. It's quite a bit younger than Archimedes. And there is a long 70-kilometer long valley that runs southeast from Archimedes A. Archimedes is also home to an area known as Montes Archimedes. This has an area of 45,000 square kilometers. This is a set of mountains that rise up to 3,000 meters. Montes Archimedes directly adjoin the southern wall of the crater Archimedes and run to the south. Their dimensions are 160 by 140 kilometers. And these are probably a portion of the inner wall of the Imbrium Basin, which were high enough not to be submerged by these Imbrium lavas out here. Also with Archimedes, there's some rills, the Rima Archimedes. This is a system of narrow linear rills with a length of about 170 kilometers, stretching from the Cape just southeast of Archimedes, almost to the foothills of the Apennine Mountains. Two rills are easily visible in a small telescope. Larger apertures will see more rills. Moving on from Archimedes, there's two other craters nearby. Put them together, it's a beautiful trio of craters in northeastern Mare Imbrium, and under high light, which is full moon or thereabouts, these two craters, Autolycus and Aristillus, display ray patterns. Autolycus, which is the smallest of these two craters, is 39 kilometers in diameter. It has a pretty rough floor and an eroded central peak. Like most lunar craters and formations, Autolycus was named in the early telescopic age, in this case named after Greek astronomer and mathematician who lived around 330 BC. Aristillus has a diameter of 55 kilometers, and its inner walls are terraced, and it has a height of 3.6 kilometers from its floor, and its central peak, you see just coming out into the daylight, rises about 900 meters above its smooth floor. There's a broad annular zone of melted ejecta on the outside of this crater, and directly north of Aristillus, this ejecta covers a ghost crater that's about 40 kilometers across. This is a crater that used to be there, but has been covered by debris and lava. Aristillus formed on top of the lavas of Mare Imbrium, so its floor has not been buried like the floor of Archimedes, and also Aristillus is younger than the other craters. If you look at Aristillus under high lighting conditions, the northeast inner wall of Aristillus is marked by a prominent dark band that extends from the crater's floor over its rim. And there's also another fainter band right here. And these do not seem to be associated with any topographic formations. Lena and Fitzgerald last year hypothesized that these dark streaks might be the result of an excavation of mafic materials during the crater's excavation. And lastly in the area, domes. Lunar domes, low, shallow steepness hills formed by volcanic activity. Earlier this afternoon, we saw with Alberto, he looked at wrinkle ridges, which again are low. The domes likewise are low, just a few tens of meters high. And because they're so low and have such shallow steepness, they're only visible near sunrise or sunset. I highlight 3 domes that are visible in the Palus Putrius area. So what I've done is I've taken a look at a small section of the moon that we all can see, looked at it with fairly small telescopes, and looked at some of the features that we can see here. I encourage everyone in ALPO and beyond, join us, send in your lunar observations. We have a great lunar newsletter. Our lunar gallery on the website is ever expanding with each observation that comes in. Okay?
Open for questions now?
Yes, questions, please.
Yes, I have the Ruckle, of course, and Lunar HD app on my Android phone, but what's the most comprehensive lunar atlas available today?
Atlas would be the Ruckle Atlas. It's kind of hard to find sometimes. It's expensive. It's out of print.
I have 2 copies, including a shrink wrap first edition, but that's still the most comprehensive today?
Yeah, that's still the one used a lot.
All right,
Yes.
appreciate that.
Yep.
Could you put those
Other
resources
questions?
back up again for a minute, Tim?
Sure will, maybe.
The last slide it was.
Is that it?
Not yet, you haven't shared it yet.
Sorry, I took your slide down there, David.
Okay.
I would put in a good word for Chuck Wood's atlas too.
Definitely.
That's a real good atlas, yes.
Is that on the list?
Yes.
I think John, John Westfall put out a Lunar Terminator Atlas a few years ago.
Yeah, the Atlas of the Lunar Terminator.
Yes.
Oh,
That was
sounds
about
nice.
20 years old, but it's still very good. Very good book.
Post those 2 that you just discussed in the chat, please.
What
Pardon
about the virtual moon atlas?
The one I like
that's
is called
really
Lunar HD.
Okay.
It's for Android.
There we go.
Ah, excellent. I'm going to try and get a screen print of that while I can. So if you don't mind, Ken,
Sure,
leave it up.
Yep, I'll leave it on.
But the virtual lunar atlas is really good. A lot of information there, all in one spot. And there's a 7th edition of it right now.
It does have some significant errors, so be careful when you use it.
Okay.
I got it. I don't know if anybody else was looking for it, but I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Well, thank you for your time, everybody. Get out and look at the moon.
Thank you.
David, yeah, David, good job. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that concludes today's presentations. Let me just go over a few housekeeping things before we break off. Just to remind members of the ALPO board and staff in approximately 2 hours, 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern, we're going to be having our annual board meeting. In a few minutes, I will be sending out the Zoom invitation for that. So that's going to be a separate Zoom. So look for that in your mailbox. Tomorrow's presentation, at the end, we will have an awards presentation with door prizes and also a keynote address by Damian Peach. And just go over again some of the door prizes. Celestron donated a Next Image 5 solar system imager valued at $175. Explorer Scientific donated a 6.5 eyepiece valued at $270. Albert last year won an eyepiece, but it cost too much to ship it to him, so he's donated it back. That's an 8.8 Explorer Scientific eyepiece. And then Sky Telescope has also donated 2 field maps of the moon. And the way you can be entered into those is just when you register for the conference, your email address will go into a little hat, and I will draw the winning email addresses for all these things during the awards presentation tomorrow night.
And a virtual hat?
A virtual hat. No, it actually won't be a virtual hat. It'll be an actual hat. So that's what we have. Let me call up tomorrow's schedule just to show everybody what we have.
Just a virtual eyepiece, though. That's all.
Well, it could be. Some of the equipment that come out now is kind of like a virtual eyepiece. This is everybody see tomorrow's schedule?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll come with a suggestion, Tim.
Yes, sir.
I know that Richard is very professional in what he does. Richard Schmoody, you did a damn good job with your your photometry talk. But for those of you who are not quite sure on the finer points of PowerPoint, please get in touch with Tim, either to get your presentation to him or bone up on it tonight so that it goes flawlessly tomorrow.
Okay. So everybody see the schedule? It looks pretty good. We have a lot of exciting presentations to go over tomorrow. And with that, I want to thank everybody for participating. We had some good numbers in the morning session. We had a total of 63 people online between YouTube and Zoom. And this afternoon session, we had 55 people online between YouTube and Zoom as well. So it's a good turnout. Very, very pleased, more than last year. So thanks again. And we will see you all, if not at the board meeting later, we'll see you all tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Take care.
Thanks.